5. The borough of Weatherly is a quiet, small town nestled in the heart of northeast Pennsylvania. Except for 2 weekends every year. For 2 weekends every year, fireworks fill the air on Friday night, and then the sounds of screaming engines take over on Saturday morning. This small town has been the home of the Weatherly Hill Climb and flying cars since 1960. That's when hill climbers first encountered the jump. That's the part of the 1-mile hill climb course where vehicles briefly leave the earth and go airborne. Not everyone gets to ride in Weatherly's flying cars. It's illegal for most of the year. But here's your chance to fly. The Weatherly Hill Climb on WYLN TV 35 is next.
Here they come to the start-finish line again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this WYLN Sports Special presentation of the 2021 Spring Edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb in beautiful Weatherly, Pennsylvania. After a year off due to the pandemic, the Weatherly Hill Climb is back and racing from here in Weatherly. First driver you get to see is the 50 of Joe Whiteley. We thank you for joining us this morning here on WYLN. In what is hopefully going to turn out to be a nice day. As you see Joe making his way around the turn and progressing up the hill here at the Weatherly Hill Climb. You start at an elevation of 1,180. You conclude at 1,520. And where we have our one camera set, that is what is considered Devil's Hook. Before the number 3 turn, the hairpin. Be interesting to see how the drivers take the track here, especially early on. You see some wet spots on the pavement from yesterday's rain. And not sure what the weather is going to bring tomorrow, so it'll be very interesting to see driver strategy throughout the day here in Weatherly as we get started. Once again, very proud to be back here in Weatherly. In the ITA class, that's the 033 of Dustin Halechko from here in Weatherly.
Next up the hill, the big runner, 116.
Improved Touring A class had a record set by Ray Koshin.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Manhattan?
I
You can't be interrupted.
I had to meet you down there.
I'm not racing.
quickly yet. This is group number 2 as we come on the air. Group number 1 was obviously the first group to go up. And I would think this first run is just for the drivers to get a feel for the course, especially considering the rain from yesterday. And as the 70 makes its way up, not too aggressive. Definitely feeling the way through the course here. As we go to the 53 from Irwin, Pennsylvania, Mark Abel.
Driven by Mark Abel from Irwin, Pennsylvania. Mark driving a 03 Ford Mustang Class SVO.
Wise 56.452 was the time, and we mentioned fall edition, as the Weatherly Hill Climb will once again go with 2 runs. The second coming up in the fall, September 18th and 19th. Joining us here on WILN for this renewal of the Weatherly Hill Climb 2021 Spring Edition. Everybody very excited to be back after being off due to the pandemic.
Car number 169.
169 making its way up the Weatherly Hill Climb in F production, which had a record set in that class back in the fall of 2012 by James Weinheimer. And a record setter last year in Street Mod F, now competing in E Street Prepared, the 71 from Freeland, Brian Dion. Brian's record time last year, or excuse me, I got to get used to that, 2 years ago in the spring, was a time of 56.66. Brian's been racing since 2016 to current. Not only a record in Weatherly, but also Giants Despair, Pagoda, and Lurie. Brian get one of his wheels off the ground there. Very aggressive to start for Brian Dion, wanting to set the pace early. And as the 306 should mention that if this is the first time you're watching the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WILN, throughout the weekend, drivers are classed in particular classifications, and there is a winner at the end of the weekend in each particular classification, and it is not an average time, it is your best time of the weekend. So if you don't have a good day today, but pick up some nice times tomorrow, that would be your best time for the weekend, or vice versa. Where you may excel today, maybe not have as great a day tomorrow. It's not a major deal, as the best time of the weekend is your official time. As the 163 coming into our camera range, Ellie Sharp from Stroudsburg. And back down to the starting line, the 21 in the S1 class, Brian Fritzler. Coming all the way from New Hampshire in the 178, Charles King. And back down at the starting line in the FS class is the 94 of Dave Cutchins from Grandy, North Carolina. In that Formula S class, Daryl Danko back in the fall of 2011 set the record time of 50.897.
Hagen from Mount Rose, Pennsylvania. Greg Daniels, 73 Roller, 340 class ES.
As we get a look at the 43 heading up the Weatherly Hill Climb back down to the starting line. Quad Ford class. It's the 31 of Greg Hagen. Class, Joe Cotterino back in 1998. As long as that classification record has been staying in the books. As we get a look at the 66, driving by the telephone poles with Old Glory, decorating the course, up the starting line, from Boomerang to Devil's Hook.
Chevy Corvette class E1.
Bill Feist in the 199. He holds the record in Super Touring Ore that was set back in the spring of 2016. The 1033 currently at the starting line. S2 participant at classification. Another class that Daryl Danko has the record in. Danko's the veterans of hill climbs throughout the Hill Climb Association. And I'm wondering if maybe we may have had one of our first incidents of the morning. It's the 10:33 they are holding at the starter's line. They're having the drivers shut down their engines. So we have not seen a courtesy truck go up yet, so it may just be a simple problem. So we'll wait and see what will transpire. Unfortunately, out of our camera range. And here we see the 99 returning back down. Maybe just a technical issue. And they'll restart Group 2. The Weatherly Hill Climb is brought to you in part by Broad Mountain Stone, 127 Railroad Drive in Weatherly. For the kitchen of your dreams, custom granite and quartz countertops by Broad Mountain Stone will make your dreams come true. Not only beautiful, but they will last a lifetime. Give Broad Mountain Stone a call, 570-427-4433. And once again, they're located at 127 Railroad Drive in Weatherly. I believe I saw the thumbs up. And as you know, watching our coverage, we always mention safety first. There's always a safety meeting with the drivers before the day begins. And at various points throughout the course, there are volunteers that will let the starting line know that everybody is clear, or they will that there is an issue somewhere on the course and don't send up the next driver. And this way it's an opportunity to keep everybody safe. And then if there is an issue, as we just saw with the 99, they'll let them know that the vehicle is making its way back down the course, letting them know when they go by each of the assigned turns that the volunteers happen to be at. The G2 class, which is what the 115 is racing in, had a record set back in the fall of 2009 by Merlin Miller driving a Sunbeam Tiger.
Can we get the first 5 cars for Group 1 to the starting line? The first 5 cars for Group 1. And there goes car number 242 heading up the Weatherly Hill Climb for
Participating in D Street Prepared 2 years ago in the spring when we were here, a record set by Jason Fraley. And the 142, last competitor of group number 2 to head up the hill climb, Dermot Trainer. At 142. And that was our final driver of group number 2. Drivers from group number 1 lining up. And we'll head up once all of group number 2 returns to the pit areas. So the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb, brought to you in part by Fairway Subaru. And also these outstanding sponsors: CVC, the S.J. Kowalski, Atlantic Broadband, Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, and of course you're watching it live here on WYLN. We take our first break of the morning and be back with more from Weatherly right after this.
It's time to get out. Enjoy the weather. Take that vacation. You need it. It's all right here in the Pocono Mountains. Enjoy adventures. Be wet and wild. Play the slots. Take a relaxing hike.
Don't miss Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. It's the green flag for 2021. Get your tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
S.J. Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call S.J. Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Hi, I'm Marty Burns, host of a new show here on WYLN, Let's Talk Sports. We're going to talk between our basketball and football seasons. We're going to talk to coaches, guests about past seasons, events coming up, different types of things sports related. It's all going to be here on Let's Talk Sports, and you'll be able to see it here on WYLN.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family. Which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
WYLN TV 35 presents the Hazleton Area High School Class of 2021 graduation, Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m. live on WYLN TV 35. We're your local network. There's no better place to shoot than Whitetail Preserve. Their skeet trap and sporting clay fields are professionally designed, and all stations are handicapped accessible. Whitetail Preserve has resident shooting instructors certified by the NRA in shotgun, rifle, pistol, home safety, and personal protection in the home. Whitetail can also cater any size event, whether it be a private party, corporate event, or wedding. Call 570-455-4251 extension 1378 for more information.
Did you know that WYLN News provides news updates every weekday afternoon
at 1, 3, and 5 here on TV and on social media?
Did you also know you can watch WYLN News on the go by visiting our website or YouTube page?
Now more than ever,
WYLN is your local news leader.
We welcome you back as you get a look at group number 2 returning to the pit areas. This is the spring edition of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb here on WYLN. We are live in Weatherly, Pennsylvania, and I'm Marty Burns. Pleased to be joined by Weatherly Mayor Paul John Hadzik. And Mayor, thanks for stopping in and joining us this morning.
It's a pleasure. I had to wake up early for a change.
So much has been said about the pandemic from last year, and the Weatherly Hill Climb, like so many events, had to cancel, losing both the fall and spring events from last year. But to get the Weatherly Hill Climb back this year, what does that mean to Weatherly?
Well, it means a lot because it naturally, as you can see, it brings a lot of people out. Especially this year because they were all penned up in their houses for a year last year. But as far as the Little League, and as you can see the stands behind us, this is where they make their money for the rest of the season.
Right.
And last year they couldn't do that. So you have the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, a lot of the churches. So it means a lot to the community itself as far as the people and the events that now they could move forward with because the Hill Climb is running. A lot of money goes through here. Our fire company is involved. A lot of people are involved.
And it sort of leads into my next question, and probably during lunch I'll make sure to scout out all of the stands, but for the community to get involved and to, you know, it is a fundraiser for them, but you know, you have to get the volunteers, you have to put in the time for not only, as we mentioned, this weekend, but then the fall weekend coming up in September. For the community to back this event, just talk a little bit about the community support.
Oh, the community support, probably most of the volunteers here are people that live here. They look forward to it. As far as the government part of it, we have our electric department out here hooking up all of these electrical boxes, and they're out putting the banners up. The street department's doing a lot of work for the Hill Climb. Now, naturally, the police are involved. Of course, they don't have to get anybody for speeding on this mountain, but that's just a lot of people are involved with it. I was always involved with it probably for about 50 years. If I wasn't involved working at the Hill Climb, whether with the fire department or the ambulance, I was up on the hairpin curve watching my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all day, watching the race. So,
and we talked about it in the last heat, the importance of the volunteers up the course to make sure everybody stays safe, because you know, we talk about speed and setting records and how fast you could get your particular vehicle to go, but ultimately safety is first.
It is first. Safety is first in anything that you do. My brother is a pilot for Delta Airlines, not to advertise for Delta, but most of his training is all about safety. It has nothing to do with learning how to fly. But on the track here, they have people, I guess, staged at each corner, and they have rescue people that are ready to go at any given time. So they're totally covered, and I know. I don't believe you can go to the top of the hill anymore. At one time, you could. You could because the top of the hill cars go flying over the top. Actually, they're airborne, so they stopped that. But I think safety is foremost, and they have good safety set up here.
And we are hoping that the weather breaks, and I'm sure Mayor Hadzik echoes the sentiments. Come on out. You've got plenty of time to come out here today. Pick yourself up a complimentary program, and remember the sponsors inside. And then, as Mayor Hadzik talked about, come to the food stands right behind us in this beautiful, nice new pavilion that is a new addition to the Weatherly Hill Climb. And check out the various food stands as well. As I said, I'll come back with some type of report after lunch once I scout it out and let you know all the organizations that are having stands available for you to get various types of food. We did see the Fairway Subaru courtesy truck go up as all of the Group 2 drivers came down except for one. I believe we saw in that one camera angle, the one car is returning, so Group 1 just about ready to start. And I'm sure, Mayor, it's great to see all the people come out. And as I said, the weather hopefully will start to break here this morning into this afternoon. But the whole weekend of events that, with last night with the parade, and then you have the racing the next 2 nights, making this a whole community type weekend, a great way once again. And not even just the volunteers here at the hill climb, just the residents of Weatherly to get behind.
Yep, a lot of people. By the way, they didn't have the parade last night.
Oh, I apologize.
I'm not sure what the reason was. The borough allowed it, but I think they didn't want to be rushed with too many things happening since it's been a year since they got back into this racing.
And I'm sure maybe even the weather last night wasn't the best, so that may have played a part too.
Yeah, because it was raining pretty good. Actually, I'm going to go back to my office today and do a declaration to the heavens to say, hey, no rain until 6 o'clock.
And I'm sure Mother Nature will definitely...
It won't listen to me. Nobody else does.
So, Mayor, we were talking when we were in break before we came back on the air as we get group number 1 heading up, starting with the 171. But some of your memories, you mentioned you were a volunteer here for many years at the Weatherly Hill Climb. Some of your memories and experiences here throughout the years at the Weatherly Hill Climb.
Well, since I was about 8 years old, we used to, my 2 older brothers and myself would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, pack our lunch, and be here at the hill climb about 7:30 and stay at the hairpin curve for the whole day. And they had the 57, 58, 59, 60 Corvettes, and we could never wait for them to come up the hill. And one of the biggest memories that I had was, this was always the Impossible Minute Mile. Mm-hmm. And I was here when Oscar Kowaleski in Car 54 broke that record. And that was like winning Daytona, because they never thought it could be done.
Right.
And he had like a Ferrari type car. I'm not sure what it was anymore, but I actually ran into him later on in life, and he's still my hero for breaking that record. So.
And as the official Fairway Subaru courtesy truck returns down to the pit area, we're just about set for group number 1 to begin, and the Valley Country Club sponsoring our driver profile there of Richard Good in the 171. But you talked about breaking the minute, and it's amazing to look. The course record now held by George Boland at 47.592. And George comes from South Carolina. He was on our newscast last night being interviewed, and he talked about how he missed coming to Weatherly last year. He hadn't been here now in a year and a half, and he talked about how he enjoyed the community, he enjoyed the people. And you see so many up and down the East Coast drivers coming from all over to come here to Weatherly. That's got to, as mayor, that's got to make you proud to hear a driver from South Carolina say, it's worth the 2 days for me to get here, worth the 2 days for me to get home, just to come to a great community like Weatherly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know people that travel from Ohio, and they come as spectators. They're not even coming to race. I know people from Georgia that come up here for race weekend. Actually, too, my nieces came up 2 years ago, and they were like disappointed because we didn't have the hill climb because they wanted to come up last year. So, but there's a lot happening. I'm surprised at the crowd this early in the morning, but it just goes to show that people couldn't wait to get out of their houses and be free without a mask.
Yep.
Because I think the Senate just said that we don't have to wear the mask anymore, so if you're vaccinated.
And one of the great things when you see the cars that aren't participating in their particular group and they're sitting in the pits and you see the families go by, and the thing that always strikes me is the kids just love to look at the cars.
Oh yeah, well that was something about a memory I had. We could not wait to walk up and down the pit just to look at the cars, even if we didn't see them race. Like I said, the old Corvettes, they all had side pipes. They were loud. I mean, you could hear them all throughout town. And I actually live right up on top of the hill up here now, and I didn't hear the noise this morning, and I thought, I don't want to look out and see it's raining, that this thing is going to be messed up today.
Right.
But then all of a sudden I heard a car, and it sort of got my adrenaline running.
Yeah.
And then Tracy called and said, are you ready to go?
Our very own Tracy Grover, who we have to give credit for setting up our interviews today, which I greatly appreciate, because after about 6 hours of talking to myself, I don't want to talk anymore. So.
Well, I do a lot of that myself, talking to myself. Even though I'm talking to someone, they're not listening.
But I like to tie in where, the kids, and you mentioned yourself as a kid going and looking at all the cars, to see how many participants are from Weatherly in the Weatherly Hill Climb. You got to figure they were once that kid that was walking the pit area and said, I think I want to do that when I get older.
Well, believe it or not, as a child, I was always so impressed with these cars and drivers that I actually wanted to do this. But then I became a judge instead, and I'd still rather do this.
Yeah.
So I think it goes through a lot of the kids that go through. They're thinking like they wish they could be doing it. Or they wouldn't be here. They have to have a love for it.
Right. And I think the other thing that inspires some of these kids is when they hear a particular driver is from here in Weatherly.
Yeah.
That, sometimes they may think, it's something I can't do. But when they actually see somebody from Weatherly participating, then, you need that next generation of drivers to keep this going.
I just saw him here a couple of minutes ago. Great coaching. He's a heck of a guy, and he races. He's a little crazy though because he doesn't know where the brake pedal is sometimes. But
well, I was just going to say that ties into the fact that he was one of 6 record setters back in the spring of 2019. He set the record for improved touring A class, but and you as the weekend goes on, you tend to see when Ray comes up to the line, you end up seeing all the kids come running up because they just want to see him get that start and wonder if he's going to set a record with that particular run.
Yeah, when I see him, I just always tell him, just remember I taught you how to drive. Even though I didn't. But,
well, we'll be sure to give you all the credit.
Only when he wins.
Yeah, the bad time wasn't. You had nothing to do with that one.
No, I wasn't in town that day. But I'm surprised that a lot of these cars are expensive.
Yeah.
And then the work that they put into them.
And some of these cars are actual cars that, you know, other than hill climb weekends, they're using them for their daily use.
Yeah, I was going to put a number on my smart car and try and run it, but Ray said stay away.
He's just afraid you might break his record.
I probably wouldn't make it to the first curve. I'd be in the woods somewhere.
Back down at the starting line, David Stoner in the 601 car, getting ready to make the run for the second time this morning here in Weatherly. And the other thing that I think is a cool aspect that we get to see in our camera shots is the borough putting up the American flags up on the telephone poles that help decorate the course on the way up.
Actually, they had some things to do with it, but I think Joe Seibert had a bucket truck this year. He had a small bucket truck because he had work to do on his new building. And I think they put them up, but the borough used to put them up for them. The borough employees had it.
Right, and I definitely think it's a nice touch here at the hill climb to ultimately remember what is important. And you know, we're not too far away from Memorial Day and remembering the sacrifice that a lot of these soldiers did to make a weekend like this possible.
That's right. That's right. And actually, that's how I got involved at Pocono Raceway. During Desert Storm, my brother, which I told you was a pilot, there were 3 other pilots that flew in Desert Storm. And 3 of the pilots were actual pilots for airlines, but they got called back into the Air Force. And the 4th pilot was an F-15 fighter pilot. And that was the first time I got involved with NASCAR. I got them 4 tickets through Bob Plebin, who was the vice president, box tickets, because it was close to Veterans Day. And here, one of the pilots did not come back. He was shot down, so that was the first NASCAR race I ever went to. And then after that, I volunteered with the Make-A-Wish children because I felt so appreciative that they got us the tickets, and they had a blast.
And I know a lot of racing fans excited for the opportunity coming up in a couple weeks with Pocono coming back 100% capacity. And so many things just opening up that, as you said, people were just almost locked up for a year because of the pandemic. They're so excited to come out to different events. And as you said, usually the mornings aren't as crowded as we see right now this morning.
Right, they aren't. And I mean, like for me, as mayor last year, and that was my first year as mayor, to get hit with the pandemic. You can't use the basketball courts. You can't be in this. It was real difficult. I mean, a lot of it was state mandated. But that's what makes me excited about today, to see people walking around like they're allowed to be normal. But this event is definitely one of the hugest events we have in the community.
And just to get away from racing real quick, you mentioned taking over last year as mayor. Could you have ever foreseen such a situation as the pandemic when you would take over as mayor?
Never. I never thought I'd ever see one in my lifetime. There were a lot of things that have happened in my life, being a judge for 37 years, and then I become mayor, which is sort of accidental, but it was like we couldn't believe it was happening.
Yeah.
It was like watching the space shuttle blow up. It was like a disaster. Schools were shutting down, and it's like, I thought maybe it was just my bad luck. I didn't know.
The closest thing I could compare it to, just the way the country and the world shut down, even though they're totally different circumstances, eerily when it first began, it reminded me so much of 9/11.
You hit the nail right on the head. I just didn't want to say that, but that's what it reminded me of. I had that feeling in my gut feeling that this is not going to be good. You know, I watched those planes fly into those towers, and the scariest part there, first and foremost, was my brother in one of those planes flying it.
Yeah.
I didn't know who was who, because that's the type of aircraft he flies. So, and everything shut down, and that was, if you can remember, after 9/11. When you look in the skies, like the next couple of weeks, it was so quiet. No planes are flying. It was like, what's going on here?
Or you have the fear that if you do hear something, you're quick to look up to see, is it a low flying plane or that type of thing.
Yeah.
But we've gotten past the pandemic. We're here at the Weatherly Hill Climb, and
we're normal.
We're back to normal, as normal as somebody as I can be, but we're getting back to normal as possible. And the other thing that Weatherly has, this is the only one in the Hill Climb Association, 2 weekends. And how big is that for the community?
It's huge. Like I said, everybody is benefiting somehow. Every organization is benefiting. We don't have a lot of stores, but the gas station's benefiting. The biggest thing I look at, the biggest benefit is how everyone is happy and enjoying it. And last night, while it was raining, I just took a ride through with my car, and just to see everything okay, just see the people out with their campfires going and their grills, and it was like you were in the infield at Pocono Raceway. Mm-hmm. It was just a great feeling to see people. They didn't have to stay 6 feet apart. You could actually identify people because they don't have a mask covering their face. But it's a great thing, and they started coming in on Friday night, and it was just great to see that people could get back to normal.
Yeah, and it's great to see the numbers. Well over 100 drivers registered.
Yeah, I think 101. I heard last, and they usually have around 80 some. So a lot of these drivers wanted to get out.
Yeah. And as I said, there's a lot of drivers that are from the Weatherly borough, but there's also drivers up and down the East Coast that come and participate. We had Charles King in group number 2. He comes all the way from New Hampshire. We mentioned George Boland from South Carolina. We had another driver, I believe, in group number 2 was from North Carolina, and so on and so forth. And then the other thing is, I always say something must be done right at the Weatherly Hill Climb. You see a lot of the same names year after year after year.
Well, Joe Seibert really turned this around. He's the head of the Hill Climb Association. And at one time it was dying out. And he put new blood into it, and he did a great job, because this is huge now. I mean, I have cars in front of my house parked from New Jersey and New York. There's people coming to the race to see it.
Yeah.
From out of state. So that's important.
We've got Dave McFarland in the 93. That driver profile brought to you by Valley Country Club. And you are watching the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WILN. Glad to be here live this morning, joined by Mayor Hadzik of Weatherly. And Mayor, you brought out the sun.
I told you I was going to do that.
You didn't even have to get the declaration made. You just sat down with us, and the sun has come out. And I know the drivers, they may not like it when they're in their fire suits for it to be real warm, but ultimately they like it when it gets real warm, because that's usually when they can get their faster times.
I try to bring the sunshine into everybody's life. Not everybody appreciates it, though.
Well, we certainly appreciate it here on WILN, because those clouds were making me a little nervous. I was afraid that maybe we wouldn't have the best weather here for opening day of the spring edition, but it looks like it's going to turn out to be a very nice day. As Michael Daly comes into your screen on the 707. Is there one particular style of car? I know you mentioned the Corvettes when you were a kid. Is there any particular style of car, or when you've been wandering around that you've seen in the pits?
I'm still a Corvette lover, even though they're not doing the best, but I'm a Corvette lover. I just wish there were more older vintage ones. The older ones, like the 57s and 58s. They and the Cobras, they made a lot of noise. I guess I just like the noise. That's why I'm deaf today from the hill climb.
As you see the 91 around Devil's Hook. Talked about earlier, you're starting to see the lines start to be created up across the road at the starting line, where the fans want to see these cars get started.
Well, there's also another pathway that leads up. I think I did see a lot of people walking up there earlier. They go up by turn 2, I think, and the hairpin curve.
So, as mayor of Weatherly, I'll give you the opportunity to
say goodbye.
Well, no, not yet, Mayor. No. I was actually going to say to welcome or encourage fans to come on out to Weatherly if they can't make it today. The hill climb will also continue again tomorrow.
Yep. I hope that everyone watching gets a chance to stop by. Grab yourself a hot dog or a hamburger or whatever else they have back there, and see these drivers having fun. It is a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Now, unfortunately, I do this from time to time. I'm going to put you on the spot. Was there a particular food that you saw back there that once you get done with this interview that you're going to go sample?
Yeah, those the homemade French fries.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
All the food is good back there, so.
Oh, absolutely. And you have plenty to choose from, so definitely come out and, as Mayor Hadzik talked about, support the various organizations. As he said, they lost last year. They didn't have their fundraiser either in the spring or the fall because of the pandemic, forcing the cancellation of the Weatherly Hill Climb 2020. So it is back here in 2021. The sun has come out. Not too humid as it was in the beginning of the week, so should be an enjoyable experience for the fans to come and watch racing here in Weatherly. And so definitely come on out. We want to see you at that starting line, checking out all the different cars. And as we talked about, don't hesitate to go up and down pit row and take a look at the vehicles. And the other great thing with these drivers is, unless they have some kind of mechanical issue that they're working on and time is of the essence, for the most part, if you have a question, they'll talk to you.
Oh, yeah. It's I mean, it's way different than NASCAR. NASCAR, they're all locked in, but it actually, NASCAR pays more. So,
that's true too.
These guys are paying to race. So, but it's just enthusiastic for a driver to put so much time into these cars. I mean, it's like they have to really be motivated, and it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, just the tires alone. Actually, that's what Oscar Kowalewski told me out when I saw him at Pocono Raceway. I said, "What size engine did you have in your car?" He said, "It doesn't matter the size engine. It was the type of tire I was using that hugged the And I never knew anything about racing, but he said the trick was in the tires.
Yeah.
You know, all these cars were spinning out all over the place. Well, he didn't spin. He kept going. But I think it was like 59 seconds or something he got up there, or 58. I don't know what the record was. I just knew it was under a minute.
Yeah.
But
and you bring up another great point. These drivers put in so much expense going from hill climb to hill climb and put so much expense into their cars that sometimes you see when you get to Sunday afternoon, when now they're starting to look at the results, they're starting to look at their classification, and that's when usually they're making their run to try to get their best time. And that's the other thing I like about this hill climb. It's not an average. So if you have a couple bad runs, it's not going to affect you.
Right.
It's your best run of the weekend.
Right. And back when I really followed a lot, Sunday was always a better day, because that's when, like today, they're really testing out the hills, seeing what they could do, and they work on their car. And then on Sunday, they put the pedal to the metal because they know, hey, if something happens, they're done anyway for the day. So.
Right. And as I said, it's the best time, as we have another little bit of a delay, as we must have a issue with one of the last cars to go up. May have one coming back down as we're taking that camera shot, waiting to see if someone is making their way back down. Didn't send up the courtesy truck or anything like that, so hopefully it's just a mechanical issue, stalled out or something, and no other assistance needed for whichever car is having issues up at the top. And Mayor, while we have this delay before racing resumes here with group number 1, is there anything else coming up in the Weatherly community that maybe you want to promote?
Well, Little League's going to be back to normal. All the youth sports are back to normal. We had graduation last night. We're probably going to have a festival, or they're working on it. I'm not organizing it, but that's at Arena Park. We'll actually have our pool open this year. Last year we had to drain that. Nobody could go swimming.
Right.
You know, it was like, so none that I could think of. There are some that I could think of, but it's sort of on the political side. I don't really want to get into that.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And you mentioned Urena Park. What a beautiful area to come, even just to get away and relax. But I'm sure that was probably one of the areas when you would drive by and see it just empty. That had to be a shock to the system.
Yep. And actually, back when I first graduated, I was the manager of that park for 3 years.
Okay.
So while I was going to school, I worked there in the summer. So that park means a lot to me. I lived here all my life. So all 150 years. But yeah, nothing, if I know anything, or if I find anything out about any other event, I'll be sure to let Tracy know.
Just let Tracy know. She'll forward it on to our outstanding news department, and they'll get that out to the public for you. And
I'd like to thank her for asking me if I would take a spot. And I try not to be in front of the camera too often or speak too much, but to be honest with you, this is the third time that I had something to do with WYLN. The first time was about the pandemic. I talked to Julie on the phone. I didn't talk to anyone else. And then we just put in what's called the RICE project. It's a generation system which will generate the whole community if PP&L power goes out.
Okay.
And WYLN covered that. And now today here I am with WYLN again. So maybe I should join the news staff with you.
Listen, they would gladly welcome you aboard. They know that they'd have an insight on the Weatherly community. So
and I work for nothing.
And you work for nothing.
Probably like you.
People think I should work for nothing. When they hear me on air, they truly wonder why I'm here. I actually had a friend of mine say that he wasn't sure that I had a face for radio. So, you know.
Yeah, that's. I know I don't have a face for TV. So I'm okay with that.
So what do you got planned once I finally let you escape here from your interview? You gonna hang out?
Probably a little bit, and then walk up with, see if Tracy wants a French fry or something. I'll share one with her. And then I'm going to go home and come back down and eat later and watch the race a while.
Nice, very nice. And don't forget about your declaration that you've got to make.
It's only going to be good until 6 o'clock.
That's true.
Then let it rain until tomorrow or just after late tonight.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it could be a weather reporter too.
You're covering all the bases, Mayor. You're going to be
jack of all trades,
master of all, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
We're some people probably say I can't master one.
Well, I thank you.
Well, Mayor, yes, I don't mean to chase you, but
no, I don't blame you.
It looks like we're staying here in a delay, but take Tracy, go get some French fries,
Do you have a couple of bucks? I didn't bring any money.
Oh, is that the key? See, now you weren't working for free. We'll slip you a few bucks and you'll be set. But
that's all right. I'll pass the hat.
There you go. But Mayor, thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you.
And
good luck with the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely, and best of luck the rest of the way for the Weatherly community as the Weatherly Hill Climb is back here in 2021.
Yep. And I just like one last word to say that I'm so happy for the Weatherly and the surrounding areas to be back to normal.
And that's the best news of all, that after what we suffered in 2020, to hear getting back to normal, and this weekend is a reminder of getting back to normal.
Yep. Well, thank you.
Oh, Mayor, thank you. Have a great day and a great weekend.
You too.
That was Mayor Paul John Hadzik from here in Weatherly. Thank him for joining us a little bit here this morning as we continue to see the issue going on here at the hill climb as the drivers have shut off their engines, waiting to continue here and finish up group number 1. We want to thank all of our sponsors here on WYLN for the spring edition of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb. And we got to see them earlier, so I'll just quick mention them again. Fairway Subaru, sponsor here of the Weatherly Hill Climb, not only of the hill climb itself, but here on WYLN. We thank Fairway Subaru for their sponsorship of the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WYLN, as well as our other sponsors such as Valley Country Club, the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, Atlantic Broadband, and S.J. Kowalski. We thank all of our sponsors who help get us on the air for this 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb. As we are in a timeout, we'll take a break and be back with more from Weatherly right after this.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family. Which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
Hey, have you been looking for a great job that pays well with great perks?
Check it out. The Poconos has great jobs available right now.
And for many positions, you don't need prior experience. How cool is that?
You can do hotel registration, cashier, dining service, or even a lifeguard.
If you're looking for great pay and fun while you're doing it, the Poconos is the place to be.
So get on board. Go to PoconoMountains.com/jobs and start working today.
Hi everybody. We want you to watch Let's Talk Chiropractic this week. Dr. Alex is all ready to do laser therapy, which changed her thumb rather than getting surgery. He's going to do plantar fasciitis on her painful feet. So stay tuned and watch how incredible our machines are.
SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond Contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
PPW Nation, get ready for the best of PPW Season 2. Join Paul Bowe, E. Julius Kuiper, Alexander Bravado, Tom Mitchell, and Alex Watt as we take you down memory lane and relive some of the best PPW matches of all time. Saturdays at 5 p.m., Sundays at 10 p.m., only on WYLN.
Are you looking for a garage where they will treat you like family and give you a fair and honest price? Then you found it at Weaver's Auto Service in Beaver Meadows. Give them a call today at 570-579-7430 or stop in at 1958 Berwick Street, and they will be happy to service your vehicle. They are a family-owned and operated business since 2017 that services all makes and models, foreign and domestic. Stop by today. You won't be disappointed that you did. When you see news happening in your neighborhood, call WYLN News at 570-459-1869 or email us at news@WYLNTV.com or send us a message on social media through Facebook. WYLN, we're your local network.
We welcome you back to Weatherly, the spring edition of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb. Back in business and racing after the pandemic of 2020 canceled both the spring and the fall. Once again, want to thank Weatherly Mayor Paul John Hasek joining us moments ago for a nice interview, and good to hear the experiences of a lifelong Weatherly resident and their recollection that he had even as a child of coming here to the Weatherly Hill Climb, and see a lot of that throughout the years. And then once again, today's no different. A lot of families coming here to the Weatherly Hill Climb. A lot of the kids checking out the different cars in the pit area. And as we talked about during the interview, if you do happen to come out, as long as they don't have any kind of repairs to do or something to prepare for that particular heat that they're getting ready to start, ask a question. For the most part, they will answer, and the drivers always enjoy talking to the fans that come by. So definitely take a tour of the pit area. And as we mentioned, I believe I'm trying to find, and Mayor is sitting down having a bite to eat as I look back. There is various food stands behind me in the brand new addition here to the Weatherly Hill Climb, the pavilion. As I said, when lunchtime comes, I'll take a tour and come back with some of the great items. But if you can't find a particular item at one stand, check another, because they may have what you're looking for at that particular stand. But as Mayor mentioned, this is the fundraiser for a lot of these volunteer groups and organizations. And, you know, they lost an opportunity last year. 4 days was lost with the cancellation of the spring and fall editions of the 2020 Weatherly Hill Climb last year due to the pandemic. And, you know, a lot of these groups hoping for a nice weekend that, you know, they may not make up everything they lost from last year, but maybe they can make up some of it. And It's turning out to be a beautiful day here in Weatherly. And so you get the opportunity, you're watching us this morning looking for something to do. Come on out to Weatherly and check out some great racing and have a good time. As I mentioned, across the road, posts up that tell you how far you can go, but there's various picnic tables and sitting areas that you can sit, or you can get as close to the street that they allow and check out the different cars as they get ready to head up the hill climb. Still awaiting the return of, or if it's closer to the top, maybe they're trying to get the particular vehicle to the top. Haven't been able to eavesdrop on any of the radio communications to see what may be going on as we continue to wait. This is group number 1 looking to make their second run of the morning. And as this delay continues, I'll be very curious to see. They may not let group number 2 up for their second run until after lunch. We'll be waiting to hear for that announcement to come down, and I'm sure that won't happen until group number 1 finishes. And while we have the moment, and Mayor Hadzik mentioned this particular gentleman and the Weatherly Hill Climb Association, we need to thank President Joe Seibert and the Weatherly Hill Climb Association. Once again, they do a great job of taking care of us here at WYLN. Everybody that participates in the hill climb here for WYLN ends up getting a free t-shirt, and we get served with food tickets that the Hill Climb Association will reimburse the particular stands for. And we can not thank the Weatherly Hill Climb Association enough, because they've been doing this since day one that we've been coming over here. They've been taking care of us. And I've got a closet that has a whole host of year-by-year Weatherly Hill Climb t-shirts, but thank you to Joe and the rest of the Weatherly Hill Climb Association. They make us feel very welcome here as WYLN comes and gives some coverage to the hill climb year after year. And I think some of us even missed it last year as well, not coming out with the cancellation of the hill climb. And we're only able to make the spring edition. Generally, it's too difficult to do because our outstanding production crew needs at least a day to set up the night before, and with our commitment to high school football through the fall, we can't make it here in September, but we will definitely promote September 18th and 19th, 2021. That is the fall dates here in Weatherly, and just remind everybody to come on out. Definitely feel free to come out here either today or tomorrow, but also remember the dates in September when the weather is still pretty nice, middle of September, and come out and see some of the great racing. And a lot of the names you see today, you're going to see participating coming up in the fall as well. Coming up in September. Here in Weatherly. And I heard one of the cars fire up. We may get back to racing shortly here in Weatherly.
Driven by Vincent Wieczorek from Lawrenceville, New Jersey.
And Vincent Wieczorek driving the 63.
Sponsored by Elliott Sharp.
And S.J. Kowalski sponsoring that driver listing. And there goes Vincent. came up off the concrete as he was waiting at that starting line quite a bit for the opportunity to race. And Nancy Lewis, we've seen her quite often through the years. Nancy coming from Fleetwood, Pennsylvania to participate here in Weatherly. S.J. Kowalski lets you know about the 306 of Eric Johnson. As we're seeing here in this is not just for the men. See Nancy Lewis, now we see Donna Robinson. Donna driving in the SSP classification. Sean Mellinger back in the fall 2018 with the record. The 12:51 Marianne Few from Orwigsburg.
Driven by Charles Price Sr. from Orwigsburg, Pennsylvania. Charles is driving We've got Charles F. Chris Sr., also from Orwigsburg in the Historic 4 class. His listing brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. Garth Knorr, Historic 4 class record holder here in Weatherly. Great close-up there look at Mr. Crest.
Getting ready to start the line, we have the driver number 703, Amanda McCafferty from Battle
Great camera shots there. S.J. Kowalski telling you about Casey Rover Avril.
Next in line, we have number 16, driven by Dylan Garland from Hoovertown, Pennsylvania. 788 Scirocco VW class
63. James Weinheimer, mentioned a record holder earlier on for him in AFF production.
Getting ready to start line for number 03. Mark Jackson, sitting at
Head back to D Street prepared, and we're looking at the 03. Jody Miller. From D Street Prepare, always a competitive classification. As we mentioned, Jason Fraley 2 years ago in the spring, setting the current record with 58.32.
From Wesley, Pennsylvania.
Gonna look at the 33, Ray Koshin from here in Weatherly. See how well Ray does. If he took the lessons from Mayor Hadzik. I wonder if Ray may have had some issues as he is slowing down. He looks like he's going to pull off and head back down. So they're going to radio down and let the starting line know that he is coming back. The 33 went in right to his tent to get looked at. at our final competitor from Group 1. The second heat of the morning. As we, right at the top of the hour, say good afternoon. Watching live coverage of the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WYLN. Group number 1 has completed. We're going to take a break, give you an update where we stand as far as lunch. And we'll be back with more of the spring edition of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb, brought to you by Fairway Subaru, Atlantic Broadband, the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, Valley Country Club, and S.J. Kowalski. You're watching it live here on WYLN. We'll be back with more from Weatherly right after this.
Why does Monday have to be a day?
We can make Monday play day.
How about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
We could definitely make those new play days here in the Poconos. But what about Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Those are days too, right?
Pocono Mountains play days. But really any day you want them to be. Find us at PoconoMountains.com.
SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Follow us on our weekly journeys through the backstories of those paving NEPA toward a better future.
Each night we'll dig a little deeper into the lives and goals of our local leaders. So stay tuned for the end of our news as we learn more of those leading the way.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety. Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family. Which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
There's no better place to shoot than Whitetail Preserve. Their skeet trap and sporting clay fields are professionally designed and all stations are handicapped accessible. Whitetail Preserve has resident shooting instructors certified by the NRA in shotgun, rifle, pistol, home safety, and personal protection in the home. Whitetail can also cater any size event, whether it be a private party, corporate event, or wedding. Call 570-455-4251 extension 1378 for more information. WYLN TV 35 presents the Hazleton Area High School Class of 2021 graduation, Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m. live on WYLN TV 35. We're your local network.
On SJ Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
order, you're going to get a Granite Stone single-serve egg pan at
We'll see you next time.
Now, call 1-800-765-8850.
Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328. Welsh's Towing and Repair. You call, we haul. Doing state inspections, including motorcycles and heavy trucks and trailers, minor repairs and maintenance, welding and lockouts, and emergency road service. 28 Schoolhouse Road, Bloomsburg, 570-759-9737. Family owned and operated since 1972, you can count on S.J. Kowalski for all your heating, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Residential and commercial, 24-hour emergency service. Call them at 570-455-2600. Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
We welcome you back from lunch. You're watching day number 1 of the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb. Group number 2 eagerly anticipating their second run of the day. From Tunkhannock State Court in the U-235.
Starting line, we have car number 56.
Great start on the U-235 coming out of lunch. David Aaron in the 56. And I think David having some issues, at least from the start, but we'll continue on.
Next in line, we have car number 8, driven by Al Peraza from Sugarloaf, Pennsylvania. Al driving those two Subaru Impreza WRX Class S and sponsored by Fairway.
Continues with issues, but he's gonna try to get all the way up this Weatherly Hill climb. Get a look at the 8 of Al Peraza, brought to you by Valley Country Club. Get our first look at Al. Fairway Subaru, major sponsor here of the Weatherly Hill Climb, and also here on your coverage on WYLN. Mentioned at the top, these drivers start at an elevation of 1180 and finish at 1520. As they wait to give the word down that everything is clear for Al to continue on. The Weatherly Hill Climb brought to you in part by Broad Mountain Stone, 127 Railroad Drive, Weatherly, for the kitchen of your dreams. Custom granite and quartz countertops by Broad Mountain Stone will make your dreams come true. Not only beautiful, but they will last a lifetime. Give Broad Mountain Stone a call, 570-427-4433. And remember, they are located at 127 Railroad Drive in Weatherly. And we talked about it even with Mayor Hadzik of Weatherly earlier on this morning. And some of the drivers now will turn off their engines. As we saw David Aaron have some issues right from the start. Wanted to continue. I wonder if maybe somewhere out of our camera range he ultimately came to a stop. That they're not allowing the next set of drivers, and here you see David Aaron returning. Something with his car not allowing him to complete the hill, so they're going to wait for him to come back down and head to the pits before we'll get a look at Al Carrazza. As mentioned for the first time today that we get a look at Al here on WILN. So it should be a clear path for Al Carrazza. Some speed around that turn. Devil's Hook. Michelle Lavelle in the 88. Michelle there, brought to you by Valley Country Club.
GSX Class FM, sponsored by the Go-To Guy.
Michael Froman in the 463. Has the record back in 2015, the spring edition of Super Street Mod. Daniel Jones of 44 in the 76, looking to maybe set a record this year. His car there, but adjusted nicely.
And there you go, car number 6. Getting ready to land, we have car number 86.
Keith Gerhardt comes to us from New Jersey. And C Street Prepared. Another old record, 1998. William Smith set the C Street Prepared at 60.877. And the ID on Keith Gerhardt, as always, brought to you by Valley Country Club.
Next in line, we have question 302, driven by Chris Fair from Washington.
Mary Sienkiewicz in the 10. Munchkin, that ID brought to you by Valley Country Club.
Getting it ready at the line with car number 166, driven by Matt.
According to the bio, this is the 166 of Matt Phillips, brought to you by Valley Country Club. He lists himself as the world's sexiest electrician. But for this particular 80, he's looking to break Brian Dionne's record in last year. Jeff Craig in the 90. Driving an American sedan class. Brian Halecki, a local favorite, set the record back in the spring of 2015. From Hamburg, we've got the 27X of Chris Maring. Participating in E Street Prepared. Matt Huffman from Alexandria, Virginia, driving the 512 in D Street Prepared. From Wilkes-Barre Township, Alan Grula in the 22.
Getting ready on the line with
That's Alan Grula. of Devil's Hook. The 931 of Don Kennedy, brought to you by Valley Country Club. James Nauman in the 932.
We'll finish this meeting. We'll go to commercial, and then I'll get you all set up.
Yeah, look at James making his way to Devil's Hook. And coming from West Pittston, Andrew Baylor. His ID brought to you by Valley Country Club. Here comes Andrew Baylor. Mentioned earlier this morning, Ray Koshin 2 years ago set the record in improved touring A. And another competitor is Charles Baylor, or is listed on his bio Charlie, in ITA class. Charlie had held the ITS classification record here at Weatherly, only to see in 2018 the spring David Ashman take that over. Bill Norton in the 887, brought to you by Valley Country Club. Participating in Vintage 3 class that Bob Gardner holds the record back in the fall of 2017. And Steve Lewis sharing the car with Nancy. Driving the 341 is Steve. East Street Prepared, another one of those classifications that's usually very competitive here at the Weatherly Hill Climb. As we've stated before, waiting for the signal down from the various checkpoints along the Weatherly Hill Climb. Let them know that it's clear for Steve to advance here on the Weatherly Hill Climb. Steve's been here many times, so he knows this course pretty well. Handles that devil's hook nicely. Okay, this group has completed their heat coming out of lunch. Course record holder George Boland will be the first up in the next heat. We're going to take a break, but before we do, I want to thank Fairway Subaru in Hazleton for being one of our major sponsors, as well as Atlantic Broadband, SJ Kowalski, Valley Country Club, and coming up next, we're going to be proud to have from the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, President and CEO Chris Barrett. He'll be joining me when we come back from break. You're watching day number 1 of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition, and you're watching it here on WILN.
Don't miss Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. It's the green flag for 2021. Get your tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family, which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600. Go hog wild for Iron Pigs Baseball. WILN is televising the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs live. America's favorite pastime on your local network, WILN TV 35. See the Stars of Tomorrow at Coca-Cola Park. Don't miss any of the games here on WILN TV 35. Visit WILNTV.com for a complete Iron Pigs schedule. Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs on WILN, your home for live sports. Are you looking for a garage where they will treat you like family and give you a fair and honest price? Then you found it at Weaver's Auto Service in Beaver Meadows. Give them a call today at 570-579-7430 or stop in at 1958 Berwick Street, and they will be happy to service your vehicle. They are a family-owned and operated business since 2017 that services all makes and models, foreign and domestic. Stop by today. You won't be disappointed that you did.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
For all your roofing needs and for a free estimate, call Gerhard Roofing, 570-427-8407. Serving the greater Hazleton and Pocono areas since 1990. Gerhard Roofing in Weatherly.
Something is out there. What it is, no one knows. However, since its first sighting, there have been numerous reports of strange lights in the night sky. Some say they are extraterrestrials, flying saucers. But to all of those seemingly unrelated uncertainties, there is one common thread.
Solo Spaceman on WILN TV 35. Thursdays at 1:30, Saturdays at 4, Sundays at 9.
Don't miss Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. It's the green flag for 2021. Get your tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
We welcome you back to the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition, day number 1, here from Weatherly, and you're watching it on WILN. I'm Marty Burns, proud to have President and CEO of the Pocono Mountain Visitors Bureau, Chris Barrett. And Chris, we have some exciting news. I've purposely not mentioned it, but not only are fans able to watch on WILN, but also on the Pocono Television Network.
Right, so this is Marty, and thanks so much for having us here. This is being carried on PTN, which is in about 3.2 million homes. We're broadcast on WDPN, Wilmington, Philadelphia.
Okay.
We're on Service Electric. We're on Blue Ridge Cable. We're on a number of different cable systems. So we're just thrilled to be carrying the Hill Climb because we think this is just one of the premier events in the Pocono Mountains. And you've been here a long time, too.
I've been here quite a bit, probably longer than they like me to be here. But, yeah, I've been here quite a bit. And I know I was given a little bit of a heads up. You like cars.
Oh, love them.
And I'm sure you're going to, once we let you go and let you wander around, go through the pits and take a look at the cars. We had the Weatherly Mayor on this morning and talking
nice.
about, families coming by. And I've always been enamored at seeing the kids go by and see all of the cars. And I'm sure you'll be a kid at heart looking at all these different cars.
There's a Mustang going by, a 90 Mustang. So I remember coming here 50 years ago, and it's just such a part of the region, such a strong fabric of the region, that this is truly a really local event.
Right.
And everybody comes out. They look forward to it every year. It was unfortunate with the pandemic last year, but I just can't wait to walk around. The food is amazing. It's all home cooked.
Yep.
It's all homemade. It's amazing.
And the great thing about it is the Weatherly organizations. We've got the Weatherly Community Library, Weatherly High School, a couple other classes, I believe 2022 and 2024.
Oh, that's great.
We've got a couple other groups. I'll get to them as we get through the day, but those were the ones I could see on my left side. So great food, great opportunity to come out. Go to the stand across the way. They're selling merchandise. You get a complimentary program. And all they ask is just remember the sponsors inside. And I know you know about that with various businesses in the Pocono Mountains that suffered so much last year in 2020, but now they're making a comeback.
That's why it's so exciting to see this happening, to see events coming back, to see people visiting us again, wanting to come to the region. It was very traumatic. I mean, I think all of us went through it in different ways and experienced it in different ways. But it's something we all experienced together, and the good news is that now we're on the upswing. So events like these are back. Local fairs will be back. And all the activities that people have really appreciated about the Pocono Mountains, about going out and enjoy the outdoors. We have great federal and state parks right next to us, Hickory Run.
Yep.
There's so many wonderful things to do here. So it's exciting to be back again with events and people visiting us and sponsorships.
And I should, since we have Julia here on camera, should show the hats. We are on the Pocono Television Network, just as a reminder. And thank you so much for picking up our feed today.
Love it.
And with the organizations getting together, as we're going to get a look at George Boland, I should mention,
look at that.
Chris, I don't believe that was the vehicle he used, but George is the course record holder, 47.592 seconds. The Mayor Hadzik was talking about, he remembered when the big thing was breaking the minute. And now to see George held this record from back in 2012 at 47.5 seconds.
And look at the aerodynamic aspects of the vehicle too. It's all handmade. It's the craftsmanship is amazing.
And wow. George will lead off, as I mentioned, this next group. Here you're watching live coverage of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb.
Wow.
And you can tell that George definitely knows the course.
Yeah, he does.
He appeared on our newscast yesterday in an interview. He said, I don't think I'm going to break that record ever again. He goes, somebody will, but he goes, I don't think it'll be me. But George is one of those guys, he comes all the way from South Carolina. And when you see South Carolina, drivers from New Hampshire, North Carolina, it's a testament to how much they enjoy coming to this community, coming to the Pocono Mountains. And it's quite a credit to the Weatherly Hill Climbing Association, but also a testament to the Pocono Mountains as far as just wanting to come and be in this area.
We know we're sponsoring the Pocono Mountains 350 in 2 weeks. Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. We hear the same thing from those drivers. They really enjoy coming here. They have fishing spots they go to. And I said, well, what's your spot? Because I don't reveal that.
Yeah,
yeah,
they don't want anybody taking the fish on them.
No, but it's...
But I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to tie that in. Pocono Raceway, it was so different. I host a show called Let's Talk Sports. I'm going to have President Ben May on next
Great
weekend.
guy, yeah.
Terrific guy. But he said last year was just so strange. You had the racing, but you had no fans.
Yes, it was incredible to see that. And you know, there was a time when we didn't know whether this race was going to happen.
Right.
And there were a few months where we just had to go on faith, and we're going to do everything we can to ensure that, you know, we get people to come here if, in fact, we're going to be open. So.
And it's got to be such a boost to everybody in the Pocono Mountains, the businesses you deal with, that I know Ben said at one point, maybe 25% capacity, maybe 50.
Right.
And then when Governor Wolf came down with the proclamation, 100% capacity, that ought to be some of the most exciting news that they've heard in a long time.
It was the best news I've ever heard, so, except my kids being born. I mean, it was amazing. We were just so excited to know that we were going to be able to welcome hundreds of thousands of fans back. There's so many NASCAR fans that are so dedicated.
Yeah.
And just like these fans are who are here with us today. So it was a heartbreak for them not to be able to really sit there and watch the race in live time, as with other sports, the high school sports as well.
Right.
So, you know, now we're hoping we're turning the corner here. We're hoping that, you know, people do get vaccinated and get us to turn this corner and protect so we don't see the variants come back in the fall and the winter so we can continue this.
And we'll touch on that point a little bit later, but as just with these Weatherly organizations, they lost last year. 2 weekends that they had fundraisers, all of a sudden their biggest fundraiser is gone.
Critical for them, for their survival.
And just like your businesses, NASCAR weekend has to be such a big opportunity for them to make business with all, as you mentioned, the NASCAR fans that flood Pocono Raceway, sponsor those businesses in one shape or form. It's got to be a thrill to them that in a couple weeks they're going to see that spike in business again.
Well, what a lot of people don't consider is tourism is absolutely the #1 industry in the Pocono Mountains. So we support about our tourist ministry supports 35,000 jobs, and it generates $4.2 billion in economic benefit. And that relates to $520 million in state, local, and federal taxes. That's a huge chunk of money.
Right.
And we calculated that if those dollars weren't here in the Pocono Mountains, everybody would pay, who lives within the Pocono Mountains, at least $1,500 more in taxes. So it definitely has a direct benefit to us, not only because it has great entertainment value, it's a great place to live and a great quality of life, but there is an economic factor to it that's incredibly important.
Yeah.
Who do we have here?
And we have the 03 of Mark Miller, one of the many competitors that actually live here in Weatherly.
Oh, that's neat.
And I always go back to, it's always amazing, and especially like when you would see the starting line, you see the fans, but I really enjoy watching the kids because you can tell, and especially when they see the colorful cars, their eyes just light up, and you see them all. And you've got to figure, a lot of these competitors from Weatherly were some of those same kids years ago.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And I love the stock vehicles too. I think they add a cool aspect to this, but then the home brews are amazing too. So there's such a variety of vehicles here. And I think the great thing is you can walk, as you said, Marty, you could walk among those vehicles. You could talk to the drivers, to the mechanics. You know, hey, what are your, you know, when you look around, say, with a homebrew vehicle like number 40, how did you do that? How long did it take you? Show me it. It's amazing. You know, you have kind of like that hot pass aspect in the pits, which is awesome.
And that 40 being driven by Eddie Fries, brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. As long as the drivers and mechanics aren't working on a problem with their car, as you said, you can go up to them and ask them a question. So if you want to come out either the rest of the day today or tomorrow, or even come the fall session of the Weatherly Hill Climb, come out, ask the questions, because a lot of them are thrilled to give you answers.
Oh, I know, because for them, it's a labor of love. You know, it's something they work on all year. And I know they go to multiple races, a lot of these folks, but this is something they live for. Wow.
Casey Rover Avril, S2 class.
Oh.
Some great camera shots that you're able to see here on WYLN as well as the Pocono Television Network. And we thank them once again so much for allowing us to come onto their network. But Chris, you mentioned it earlier, 2 weeks tomorrow, the NASCAR race that you're sponsoring, the Explore the Mountains 350. The Explore the Mountains 350 that you're sponsoring, an opportunity that, you know, gives another outlet for people to know about the Pocono Mountains.
Oh yeah. So the great thing about the Explore the Pocono Mountains 350 is it's a race really that that is sponsored by the Pocono Mountains Vacation Visitors Bureau in concert with Pocono Raceway. And it's been highly anticipated now because this will be the first of all, it's the first double-header race, which is amazing in itself. And then probably one of the, I think it's the second race where we'll be at 100% capacity. Yeah. So NASCAR is kind of learning a little bit as they go on. So this will probably be the first race where they're at 100%. And we're really, really looking forward to seeing those drivers coming back.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know there's going to be so much that we're going to be able to talk about when they get here. We have a ton on the Pocono Television Network. We're going to be doing some live shots from there and hopefully be able to interview some of the drivers before the race.
And that'd be great. And I know they've done some Zoom interviews in preparation for the race at Pocono. And to a man, as you mentioned earlier, they're so excited with the possibility of fans coming out, being a part of this. You know, I know they're talking about with the All-Star race coming up in Texas. Then next week in Nashville and then coming to Pocono.
Right.
They are so excited for, and it's got to be, it had to be so different for them too, because so often, sometimes the loudest cheer is drivers start your engine.
Oh, I know.
And you get that command and it's like dead silence where you're just hearing crickets. It's got to be so tricky.
And the drivers, and I've seen so many of them, as you probably have, they truly love the fans. They gain a lot of energy from that. So it was just as devastating for them as it was for the fans. There's no question.
Joe Whiteley in the 50, brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. As we mentioned earlier, James Weinheimer holds the record set back in the fall of 2012.
It's a neat little MG.
And one of the other things you talked about was the natural resources here in the Pocono Mountains. You specifically mentioned Hickory State Park. I can't imagine what it was like last year to go to those parks and just have it be completely empty. But now I think we saw some reports back Memorial Day weekend, started to see the influx of people. The weather wasn't great, but people started to come back.
You know what was interesting, Marty, is believe it or not, last year a lot of our parks were very well attended. So one of the things that I like to tell people is last year a lot of people discovered the Poconos and rediscovered it, because now they're continuing to revisit, and we're hoping that this is something that we see over the years. But people love our outdoor activities. They love to hike, they love to bike, they love to fish, whitewater rafting. We have one of the two best rivers in the United States right in our backyard. So people come from all over to whitewater raft and fish. And actually, I never realized this, but the Delaware River has some of the best freshwater fishing in the United States. So this Mustang. Wow, he's getting a nice jump on that turn.
And Mark Abel, he's a veteran.
How many drivers have come here, say, 20 years in a row, 25 years in a row? Are there many?
There are a lot. We come here year after year after year. Mark Abel is one of those veteran drivers that have been here. A lot of times you'll see husband and wives that come here.
Wow.
The Lewises are here. So we see a lot of the same drivers, but then you start to see an influx of newer drivers coming along. And a lot of that I like to think is the new generation. Because after a while, some of these drivers are just going to slow it down, but we're starting to see the new generation starting to come through.
That's great. That's great. That's great news.
Now you mentioned the natural resources, and we talked about. I noticed you have a show that's on the Pocono Television Network, where you go around and do some of the exciting things. Did I catch you doing some whitewater rafting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that was a great day. The river was fairly high that day. It had just rained for 2 or 3 weeks. So, yeah, it was definitely exciting. And my co-host, Ashley, who we have adventures with in the Poconos, she had never whitewater rafted in her life.
Oh, wow.
No. So it was great. It was really, really fun. And but when the river's down to 1 or 2 stage, it's really great to you can take it's a very safe activity. Our companies, our whitewater rafting companies like Pocono Whitewater, there are many. They're very, very skilled at ensuring that safety comes first on the river. And once, oh wow. So once you're briefed and you do those kind of, it's a great family activity. It really is. It's awesome.
And then we talked about your love for cars. I also saw, I think, you did the Pocono Experience?
Yes. Oh,
How
that was amazing. It was amazing. There's a brief that you go through, but I mean, to actually be in a car that's traveling at 160 miles an hour, you say to yourself, holy cow, I'm driving a race car.
Yeah.
On a real track. And it's just an amazing feeling. I can't really describe it. I would, if that's on your bucket list, you got to do it. You got to do it.
And is it one of those? Charles Butch King, one of the repeat drivers here in Weatherly, he's the one that comes all the way from New Hampshire.
Oh, wow. Has he been here a few years, Marty?
He's been here quite a few years, yeah. And it always seems like he comes with a different truck. But with the Pocono Experience, did you find yourself maybe cautious and then the speed started to take over for you, or how did that go for you?
Wow, that's an interesting question because, if you're going too slow, they'll speed you, or they'll restrict speed. So there's a governance there. But yeah, I mean, once you start to get the feel of the track and the feel of the vehicle, and you know that you can handle it, I'm like, I'm not going to get this opportunity ever again.
Right.
So I did it, and it was amazing. I loved it.
Even though you're probably not driving the speed that the NASCAR drivers drive, does it give you an appreciation for what they do week in and week out at different tracks?
I think the mental piece of it is definitely, you have to be mentally prepared for the speed. I'm sure there's a point where you get accustomed to it. But the other piece, it is physical.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you sweat a lot, and the heat of the engine. I mean, it's just probably all the things that you would think you go through with that you do. But then there's some surprises. You do start to get used to the speed a little bit. You look down, it's like, holy cow, I'm over 100. It's just like, but you do get used to it. You become accustomed. It's a great experience. It really is. I loved it. I was very fortunate to be able to. That's one thing I tell you, we're so fortunate to live in the area that we do. I mean, we have one of the largest indoor water parks in the United States, 2 great rivers, great ski areas, beautiful small towns like Jim Thorpe, Weatherly, Lehighton, Stroudsburg, Hawley, Milford, Honesdale. I could rattle them off. Woodlock. which is one of the best spas in the world, not only the United States, is right here in our backyard. So there's just so much to enjoy here.
And I think you segue nicely into this. I happen to pick one of these up.
Nice.
The Pocono Mountains magazine that your bureau puts out.
That's
and
great.
And it has so many things by county, things to do, places to eat, and that type of thing. And one of the things I liked was the little insert with the map, because so many times visitors are coming in and they're like, okay,
Where are we?
So they find where they're at and they can determine, all right, do I want to go all the way here? Or maybe something's a little bit closer that's pretty much the same thing. But I think this map is so helpful for the visitors that really don't know. They know where they're at, but they don't know where they're at.
And one of the things we encourage is and thank you, Marty, for picking that up. One of the things that we do too is we encourage our guests to go on to PoconoMountains.com, where that map is actually a very strong visual piece. We're actually adding a component to it at the end of this year where it's an active map that populates. If you could say, I want to go fishing, it'll geo-target where you are within the Pocono Mountains and build itineraries for you all online from your smartphone.
That's terrific.
So that'll hopefully help the guests to decide where they want to go. But a lot of people still like to have that paper map that they can look at
absolutely.
And get perspective as to where they're at, have something they can hold in their hands and physically take along with them and read. And that's where our Pocono Mountains magazine, we have a number of different pieces with that. That's the print piece. We also do a 1-hour show monthly called Pocono Mountains Magazine, which airs in the Pocono Television Network. And then we also have broadcast pieces that air all across the eastern United States.
And the other thing I like about your website is it's constantly updating according to season.
Yes.
I know that now it'll show pictures of the whitewater rafting
Right.
and the different parks and that. But come winter, as you mentioned earlier, it'll show a lot of the skiing.
And the difference with us in our market is that I came from Hershey. In the summer, Hershey's amazing. In the fall and winter, there are some events that are great. But we're actually... So there's something to do here for everyone all year round. Winter, spring, summer, fall. It's just a great... our fall last year was amazing.
Yes.
I mean, the leaves were beautiful. We had people coming from all over the United States to view our leaves. It's amazing. And, this summer, what falls before that, they were okay. But this one was spectacular. It really, really was.
And depending, you can go to a resort or you can find a spot to just go and sit. And in some of them, you get such a great look. You get such a great look at the Pocono Mountains, just how it almost elevates to the heavens.
Oh, I love Camelback for that. Blue Mountain. You go to Blue at any given time, or Penn's Peak, the views there are unbelievable. They really, really are. And those would be one of the best places to view fall leaves, or any season, really. Spring is beautiful here. It really is.
It is.
I mean, just look at how beautifully green. Too bad the sun's not out right now, but and that's probably great for the fans. It really is, and the drivers. But it's so beautifully green right now. It really is.
Actually, the ironic thing with the drivers is they actually like it, maybe not in their fire suits, but they like it hotter. They say they get a better grip on the track.
The track, that's right.
They get a lot of their better speeds when the sun's out and it's hot. Not so. They said sometimes the humidity will help, but they don't necessarily need the humidity, but the sun and the heat, that really helps them get some of their better times.
Oh, I didn't know that, especially on this course. Wow. I learned something today.
Well, I'm just the fountain of misinformation, so
I don't think
you never know what you might get from me. So, and now we've got Tim Murphy in the 68. His ID brought to you by S.J. Kowalski.
Oh wow, he's nicely into that turn.
And this turn here they call Devil's Hook.
And now, Marty, that's a turn with the most degree Is that double?
I believe that is. Just.
I mean, they all are tough, but.
Yeah. Yeah, the way Devil's Hook comes around, and a little bit at the hairpin turn at 3.
That's the hairpin at 3 is the one that's always the one I remember. Ooh, we have a nice little Corvette coming up here. After we see that turn. Oh, there we go.
But yeah, I'm always a big fan of the color schemes, especially as you mentioned here on this Corvette.
I was just going to say that. That's got to be an 86, I would think.
Let me see if we have his...
I think that looks like an 8. It's got to be an 86 or 87 vet. Oh, wow. He's strong off the line. Oh, Mustang. Here we go. Guys, you're still watching the Corvette, but you're about to see a treat. And he's doing real well, too. I actually have an 08 Mustang, a black Bullet. There are only 1,400 of those made.
Nice.
So, yeah, in fact, they just ran it this week.
And just for your own personal satisfaction, just to get in your Mustang and take a ride in the home, depending on the season.
I love it. I love it. I love to, especially up 209 near the Delaware River. That's such a nice drive. It really is. Just to put the windows down and go through. Love it. Yeah, it's a great place to have a car. It really is.
I know so often a lot of people, especially in the fall with the foliage, love to take those drives on those state roads and just go and see all the colors.
Oh, and our website at PoconoMountains.com, we have a leaf predictor. Oh. So, which is really the Forest Service does it. It's one of the most viewed pages on our website, and we have millions of people viewing our website every year. They continue to come back because there's a big difference in the northern Poconos, central and southern Poconos, and when the leaves turn. So they'll turn in the south first, then it'll go all the way up over time, over a 2 to 3 week period. So it's really kind of neat. You can view within an hour, drive from Jim Thorpe to Milford, a totally different experience, which is kind of neat.
And I'm glad. Now, see, I learned something. I'm glad you said that because I would have thought just because of the temperatures and that it would have went from north to south.
It's actually the opposite way around. And then little cooler temperatures and optimal temperature is probably the best way to say it. And the correct amount of rain will really affect the brilliance. So last year we had the correct amount of temperature, not too hot, not too cold, and we didn't have a lot of rain. So that really helped. And we actually had the leaves for close to 2 months. Yeah. Because we didn't have any real windstorms that took them all down. So it was just a wonderful season for leaves. It really was.
Greg Hagan coming up in the 31, and that is the depressing thing about one of those windy rainstorms because it does take the leaves down. You could go one day having full trees and then all of a sudden they're bare.
But the one thing I always like about it is I don't mind the winter, so I always love that first snowstorm.
Yeah.
So, just when you get enough but not too much. So I've noticed ski season's coming.
Not to look ahead because I don't want summer to go by too quick. But how do these ski resorts do? We've talked a lot about the outdoors, but more for a warm climate. How did the ski resorts do near the end of 2020 and then in the beginning of 2021?
That's a great question. They had an amazing year. I think, again, because there was so much pent-up demand and people just wanted to get out. And that was a really safe activity because you're covered. You're covered with a helmet. So, and plus the social distancing pieces, we put a program out there called the Pocono Promise. So we had over 500 businesses in the Pocono Mountains sign. And basically the Pocono Promise was each individual business committed to meeting or exceeding CDC guidelines and protecting their own team members and their guests. So everybody took it incredibly seriously, that they wanted to operate in the safest way possible. And believe it or not, our ski resorts had a great year.
That's
and plus
great.
the weather was awesome. So
for them,
that
yeah,
helps.
absolutely,
That absolutely helps. They can all create snow, but having the weather really, really helps.
And there were certainly enough storms that got us a lot of snow that helped them keep the resorts going with the natural snow plus the man-made.
Especially the one where we had 30 inches. I think it was kind of our last one. That extended the season probably 2 weeks.
Yeah. That was Mike Robinson in the 19. And back down to the starting line, D Street prepared.
This is going to be our first call for the first 5 cars of Group 1.
And this group just about coming to an end as they're asking the next group to come to the starting line. Tim Lewis coming from West Virginia, driving the 242. And what I think the drivers did, Chris, in the morning, their first run, let's just get a feel for the track. Now we're starting to see them, especially at the turns that we're able to
push the envelope a little, maybe?
A little bit, especially with a little bit of unknown for the weather for tomorrow. The great thing that I love about the Weatherly Hill Climb and the hill climbs and the hill climb association, it's not an average, it's your best time.
Best time.
So you can have a couple of clunkers, but if you're getting yourself prepared for that one good run, that's the one that matters most. You get that one that gives you your best time. Because sometimes, you have a bad one and those averages will, the average will hurt with some of your bad runs. Not so much here at the hill climb.
Oh, we have a nice little Mustang here, of course.
That's driven by Eric Johnson. So Eric was the last driver of that particular group. He's going to finish his time, and then all those cars will come back down, head to the pit area. Our next group will come up. Chris, do you want to stick around for one more?
I would love to, Marty, if you'd like to have me.
Perfect. Thank you to Fairway Subaru in Hazleton for being one of our sponsors, as well as Atlantic Broadband, S.J. Kowalski, the Valley Country Club, and we have Chris Barrett, President and CEO of the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, joining us. He's going to stick around for one more heat. We ask you to come back. You're watching the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition, day number 1 on WILN. And remember, you're also can see it on Pocono Television Network.
SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety. Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family. Which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
Do you like craft beer? Do you want to learn the right way to sample wine? How about checking out a restaurant with a unique flavor or a crazy food challenge? These are just some of the things we are featuring on Wine, Hops, and Road Stops. So, spend some time learning about great wine, great beer, and great food on WYLN TV 35.
This is what the Pocono Raceway looks like now, but this is what it's really going to look like. We're back bigger and better than ever. Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. Get your tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
WYLN TV 35 presents the Hazleton Area High School Class of 2021 Graduation, Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m. live on WYLN TV 35. We're your local network.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
There's no better place to shoot than Whitetail Preserve. Their skeet trap and sporting clay fields are professionally designed and all stations are handicapped accessible. Whitetail Preserve has resident shooting instructors certified by the NRA in shotgun, rifle, pistol, home safety, and personal protection in the home. Whitetail can also cater any size event, whether it be a private party, corporate event, or wedding. Call 570-455-4251 extension 1378 for more information. WYLN programming is online all the time. Visit our website at WYLNTV.com to check out archive shows and a live stream of our broadcasts. And don't forget to visit all of our social media pages for breaking news, weather, and sports. You can also head directly to our YouTube page for all our programming at youtube.com/WYLNTV35. Subscribe and ring that bell so you get notified every time there's a new show available online.
We welcome you back to live coverage of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition, day number 1. You're watching it live from Weatherly, Pennsylvania, here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network, and we are proud to have from the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau President and CEO Chris Barrett. And Chris, one of the things, and I think you had touched on it somewhere in our last heat, when the pandemic hit, you guys did a lot of promotional stuff. I saw some of the commercials encouraging the people to wear masks. You got some cooperation from some of the medical facilities, doctors and nurses and such, and then people from your network also participated. And then I believe you also did something with the vaccinations as well. So
we did. When early on, unfortunately, when this happened, we had both health systems approach us. Well, actually 3: Wayne Memorial Hospital, St. Luke's, and LVH, and said, "Look, you guys are the communicators. Is there anything you can do to help us?" So we actually also approached our county commissioners. So together as a team, along with our educational institutions, Northampton Community College and ESU, we put together a communications coalition, and that's how it all started. So we started with Flatten the Curve and then getting to Wall Up the Wave. Then we did a 1-hour live program on PTN and Blue Ridge, just to get people in the Pocono Mountains to understand how it's not only affecting our country and our state, but us right here in the Poconos. Right. And what could we do to fight back? And that's the reason why we did it. And we hoped it was helpful, but we wanted to bring the numbers home to say, these are the cases within our counties in Luzerne, Lackawanna, Carbon, Monroe, Wayne, and Pike. And we did that for, I think, 12 weeks. When we went from the yellow to the green phase, it was the happiest day of my life, because that was the last time we were going to do a live program to talk about numbers of positive cases. Then we know it resurged again in the fall, so we tuned it up again. We did a lot of PSA campaigns in conjunction with our health systems to get the word out, and to really also get the word out that the vaccine is in fact safe. It was developed quickly and there were some obstacles taken out of the way, but it's safe. So our vaccination rate's a little lower than the other parts of the state, so we're still encouraging people to get the vaccine because we don't want to see this reoccur in the fall. So
And I wanted to touch one more aspect, but since we've got Julia here, should mention once again that we are on the Pocono Television Network as well as WYLN, and thank you so much once again for picking up our feed of the Weatherly Hill Climb.
Oh, we're so pleased to be here, Marty, and I met your GM, great guy, and I just, Tracy, who has been wonderful to work with on your team. But I also want to just welcome everybody from WDPN 2.8 Wilmington, Philadelphia, where the Pocono Television Network is now on a number of other cable systems. We're very, very happy to support WYLN 35 in Hazleton. It's a great, great station. It's local. It's the place you go to get things and know things. So we're just thrilled to be here.
And we're looking forward to possibly working on more projects in the future. So definitely keep an eye out either on the Pocono Television Network or here on WYLN as well. But to get back to helping out in the pandemic and everything, and it seems like everything keeps intertwining. But I mentioned something to Ben May. As I mentioned, he'll be our guest next week on Let's Talk Sports. Pocono Raceway was one of those vaccine clinics, mass vaccine clinic. Mm-hmm. They took the time, opened a number of days. Come, get your vaccine. And I believe they were also a testing area, I think, when the pandemic first began.
In the beginning.
But, you know, if Pocono Raceway can't be open or can't be open to fans, maybe we can do something to help out. And I'm sure there's other businesses throughout the Poconos that did such things, but I know Pocono stands out there. And the other thing I thought that was really nice of them, because so many seniors last year were affected by the pandemic.
Yes.
You know, you couldn't have your normal senior end of your high school years, to give them some type of graduation.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And I'm glad you brought that up, Marty. I really am. We have so many wonderful businesses in the Poconos. I saw so many of them go so far out of their way to do anything that they could to help with all the populations you just talked about. And Ben May's one of them, Pocono Raceway. They're just an amazing company. And the other thing, too, is I just would like to say St. Luke's, LVH, Wayne Memorial, we have some amazing health systems here. Mm-hmm. And those people are tremendously dedicated. I saw it firsthand, you know, during the pandemic. And that's why, like, I wouldn't hesitate to take their advice to take the vaccine, because, you know, I had two presidents of health systems say, I'd most say, should I get the vaccine? Yeah, absolutely. You know, not even a hesitation. They're great people. They're people from our community, and they really care about us. And they made this pandemic, as much as they could, you know, better for us to go through.
And I got to say, from my own personal experience, I went to Lehigh Valley Health Network in Hazleton, got my 2 vaccines, and the nurses and the personnel are so personable.
They were amazing.
And they've got to, and I thought to myself, it's got to be so monotonous, because you got to ask the same questions to the same person all the time and make sure you get the correct answer. And then they give you your vaccine and make sure to explain to you, okay, if you don't feel good, do this, do that, stay hydrated, that type of thing. And all I could say is, from my experience, I know the Lehigh Valley Health Network did a great job.
Oh, they did. So did St. Luke's and Wayne Memorial. You know, the other thing, too, they knew people were scared. They knew it. And they knew it was their responsibility to do the best job that they could to get people not to be scared. And that was the piece I saw, which was amazing. And now we're here because of, I think, their hard work and a lot of everybody's hard work right here in the Poconos. Now we're enjoying a great live event.
And speaking of a live event, I don't want to go without mentioning it again. The Explore the Pocono Mountains 350 is going to be the Sunday race, the final race of the weekend up at Pocono Raceway, coming up in 2 weeks. And what a great way for you to show your support to everything in the Pocono Mountains by sponsoring that race, because we all know with NASCAR, they constantly mention the sponsorship and everything like that. The point will get across about coming to the Pocono Mountains for your escape.
And it's great that, you know, I'm glad to hear you're going to talk to Ben May, and I would really encourage everybody to tune in and watch that. He's just an amazing guy. He's amazingly knowledgeable about NASCAR and the whole racing scene. First, which if you're a race fan, you don't want to miss that. But the second piece is they're really committed to being responsible and giving back to the community. So when they called us and we said, hey, how can we help you this year? We didn't even know if we were going to have a race. So we said, how can we help? And it was a process of us communicating back and forth and deciding, hey, we're going to have this happen. We'll commit to being a sponsor because we know the race is important to Pocono Raceway, but it's also important to NASCAR in our community. We want to make sure that we support that as much as we can. Just like this event is so important to our community, so we want to make sure that we're supporting it as much as we can. It's just great to see all these families out today and all the race fans. And like you said, walking out there like in the where the pit area is and asking that question that 20 years from now we could have another driver here.
Right, absolutely.
That's awesome.
And the other thing, such a tradition here in the Weatherly Hill Climb. Tomorrow, if you come around lunchtime, they're going to have the Hill of Fame ceremony that they have every season at the Weatherly Hill Climb. But Pocono Raceway also celebrating 50 years of racing up there, and we'll touch on that with Ben. But I mean, just tradition.
Some of the names
in the Pocono.
Some of the names. I mean, it's some of the folks who have raced at Pocono and won races at Pocono are amazing, and I would venture to say that Pocono Raceway did an incredible amount to get the Pocono name known nationally and internationally. No question about it.
And I know one of the things, and we'll give you a little bit of a spoiler, Ben mentions this near the end of the show, but the expansion of the road. I had mentioned to him, traffic patterns getting in and out on all the race days, the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and he had talked about the lane expansion, how that was put in, and just talk about how the state gets behind what goes on here in the Poconos.
Oh, the state police, two things, that's right. The state understood that that's a very, very important part of keeping the guest happy, in the sense that we don't want a guest sitting in line for an hour and a half to drive into a parking lot. And Pocono Raceway is very good at that. They've been doing it for a long time. They know how to do it. But the state supported that by expanding it, so it's easier to get on the property now. And the state police actually support it very, very well, too, to ensure that the guest safely gets from the exit and off of 80 and into the parking lot. So, yeah, I mean, they do understand how important it is. There's no question.
We got a very colorful car at the starting line.
That's neat.
And that's Dave Corp coming all the way down from Tunkhannock to participate.
There you go. And that's a Porsche. Oh, I'm sorry, I had to start it. I love that car.
Yeah, I guess with all the years in television, I've become a very visual guy. So like the bright color schemes often stand out to me. And I'm certainly hoping that Mother Nature cooperates, and as it's starting to get cloudy again here in Weatherly, hopefully we can get through. As Adam Weaver, his ID brought to you by Valley Country Club.
I think one thing, Marty, you probably said this 1,000 times, but the committee that organizes the Weatherly Hill Climb, Joey and his team, they're amazing. They really kept this thing alive. They really did.
We had talked about that a little bit earlier, how there was some downtimes, but Joe Seibert and his group brought this together and made it the event that it is. One of the exciting things is the pavilion that's behind us. That
was just
fairly
built.
new, yes.
Right.
And that's where all the food is being stored with the various volunteer groups. And they have a whole bunch of picnic tables in there that you can get your food, go sit down and eat if you didn't want to be out in the elements. So a lot of exciting things going on here at the Weatherly Hill Climb.
And it's that home-cooked food. French fries, potato cakes. Looks amazing.
I have a feeling I know where you're going when we finish this interview.
Fried dough. Oh, it looks amazing.
And we talk about this young man quite a bit. 29-year-old Ray Koshin driving the 33 car from Weatherly. 2 years ago, in a different classification, he set a course record in improved touring A class, a time of 62.17. And Ray's one of those local kids that I gotta believe somewhere down the line, he was here at the hill climb and said, this is what I want to do.
That must be great for you, Marty, to see that over the years.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And like I said, to see the same drivers coming back time after time. But you know, with Ray, you can tell he's been on this plenty of times. He has quite a feel for it. And the other thing I like, and it doesn't look like this driver has it particularly, but if you notice at the top, he's got a little holder. Some of these drivers, they'll put a little miniature camera in.
Like a GoPro, right.
And just to see, they'll look at it when they come back, and just to see how maybe they handled certain turns, or if something gave them a problem, as it's Michael Kurtz in the 51.
For their next run.
Yep, absolutely.
For their next run.
And you see that quite often. Some of these cars, some of them will have it. Michael for this run doesn't look like he has it in, but he's got the holder in place that he could take video of his run. And we must have had an issue maybe as they're holding Michael here. And we've talked about that in so many different aspects. Canceling of last year's hill climb, no fans in last year's polo, but it was safety. And safety first here. They always have a morning meeting with the drivers to indicate different aspects of what can be done and can't be done on the track, that type of thing. And then the various volunteers that they have all the way up through the course, and they all say, turn 4, good, turn 5, good. Somewhere there must have been a problem, radio down, they said, hold them up.
That's what I wanted to ask you. So this is a year by year. I mean, they're planning all year for this.
Absolutely. I know Joe Seibert says that when they get near the end of this, they start preliminary plans for next year, but they're really finalizing the fall. But they want to get a head start for next year, so that when they get to the end of the fall session, they can finalize everything for next spring and then get started on the fall.
I love the fall one. I loved going to the fall one. I love both of them, but the fall one was awesome.
Absolutely, absolutely. It looks like Ray's coming back, so we should complete our heat shortly. Now, Chris, one other aspect about you that maybe some people don't know that I was given a little hint about. I heard you're a big fan of Star Trek.
Oh, are you too?
Nah, unfortunately, I was more the Star Wars guy.
I like Star Wars. It's fun.
Some people may have said I've evolved from a Wookiee, but we can't be too sure. But in being a big Star Trek fan, I've always found it fascinating with Star Trek. Are you a bigger fan of the show or the movie? Sometimes you don't see a lot of them.
That's interesting.
Like both.
I love the original series, Enterprise, and Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and the new movies. And the new series, Discovery, is amazing because I love the science. I think anybody who really likes Star Trek loves the science. And Star Wars isn't as heavy on science, but it's more heavy on story. Right. And I think that's kind of the difference. My son loves Star Wars, loves it. Loves it.
I wish I could have talked to Marty at 8 years old and said, don't take those toys out of the packaging.
Oh.
Because
they'd be worth an incredible amount of money.
But when they talk about, excuse me, when you've taken them out of the package,
you're done.
Not so good.
You're done.
Not so good. But how do you tell a kid at 7, 8 years old you can't take them out of the package?
Oh, here's a package. Don't do anything. Yeah.
Here's your gift, but don't play with it.
Because 20 years from now, it'll be worth an incredible.
Oh, yeah. And especially that the franchise that Star Wars has built.
How do you feel about all the new Star Wars?
See, I didn't like it. Because I remember as a kid, I remember going and seeing Star Wars, going and seeing The Empire Strikes Back, but the big thing was you couldn't wait to set your calendar and say, I'm going to see Return of the Jedi.
You know, I remember seeing the first movie at the Churchill Cinema.
Okay.
I actually remember it. I remember there was a line to go in. I mean, people loved it.
Yeah. And that was a great old theater.
It was.
The thing I always remember when you'd walk in the door and you go to get your ticket, you just wanted to bypass because all you smelled was the popcorn.
Deanne, we actually did put a GoPro on one of the cars.
Okay.
We do have some footage. That was really neat.
We ended up doing the same with one of the drivers. He doesn't race anymore here at Weatherly. I'm not sure he does hill climbs at all anymore. But we had done the same thing, and it was a great way. He did it. He gave us the video footage. We ran it, and it was a great way for the fans to see what a driver goes through at the different parts. And I think we even had it simulated with a graphic animation, so that we had like a little red dot as the car.
Oh, that's neat.
To follow, you put the GoPro on the one, and then the animation, so you had an idea where you were at.
Wow, that's neat. On the track. Yeah, that's neat. That's really neat.
Now we've got the 183 Dale Whitman, brought to you by Valley Country Club. Dale is another one of those people you see year after year after year, and pretty much the same automobile. Does a great job with it.
Oh, wow.
We'll be getting to him shortly.
Some neat cars coming up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
A lot of Mustangs here, which I'm happy to see.
Oh, I'm sure.
There we go.
And there it is, Jeff Craig in the American sedan class. And the amazing thing is some of these cars, after they've raced them in the hill climb, they'll drive them home. It's their everyday cars, some of them.
So they're street legal.
Yeah. Isn't street worthy, but great color scheme and a quality gentleman in Jack Danko.
This is the one I really want to see. Beautiful car. Wow. Beautiful car. And Jack has been here before, Marty?
Jack has been here before. Veteran here and a veteran up in Wilkes-Barre. Haven't seen them yet, but sometimes his sons also participate, Daryl and Jack Jr. Marianne Few.
I have to ask Marty, it's definitely a foreign car. Is it French or English? Oh, it's a Saab. That's a Saab. A 60 Saab 93F. That's interesting.
And she made sure to put on her bio that we should never ask her age.
Heats are there today, Marty?
They will try to get in as many as they can. If they can get 4 heats each for each group, that's been nice. A quality day. I've seen sometimes where they've gone up to 5. And even if the first group got their 5th, they generally try to give them an even amount, but if not, that next group will just lead off in the morning.
So then they'll just drop you if you have 5 or 4. If you have 4, they'll drop off the 3 lowest.
Correct.
And go with the highest.
That'll be your highest heading into tomorrow, but you can also surpass that tomorrow if you have a better time. So ultimately, in the weekend, you can have your best time on Saturday or you can have it on Sunday. It doesn't matter when it occurs. But they do take your best time for the weekend, and a lot of these drivers, especially in some of the crowded classifications, you can tell that the competitiveness comes out, especially come say like Sunday afternoon.
And I've been meaning to ask this, and I've never asked this, Marty. The yellow marker that's up in the rear wheel, what's that for? Is that a timer, or is that, what is that?
That's basically for them with the getting the start. It from what I gather, it helps them so that they don't have too many spins.
Ah, okay. And I've seen these markers here forever.
Now we talk about the drivers. A lot of these volunteers that we'll see here, we've seen year after year at the starter line or running the walkie-talkie at the starter's line.
A lot of dedicated people are making this happen.
And ultimately, that's what you need. You need quality volunteerism, and it helps make for a successful weekend or particular day, whatever you may have going on. So we'll get Michael Daly in the 707, participating in B Street Prepared. Dennis Williams set the record back in 2017. The record time in B Street Prepared cracked a minute at 58.165. And we'll be letting you go so you can get yourself some food, check out the pit area. But is there anything we missed in our conversation?
No, you were very, very gracious, Marty, and kind to have us sit in on this. And we're just thrilled to be able to carry this on our network and support this great event and the great people here in Weatherly, and YLN 35 too, who I know we have a lot of.
And we're so thankful for the support you gave us this weekend with sponsorship and then picking up our feed on the Pocono Television Network. We can't thank you enough for all the help you've given us. And as I said, we certainly look forward to building a relationship, doing some more work as the time rolls on.
And I think if you wouldn't mind, Marty, I'd just like to say thank you to Jim Hamill, Brianna Strunk. Jim Hamill is our tech guy, but he's also an anchor, former anchor that helps us program PTN. Brianna Strunk does the same and hosts our show, Pocono Mountains Magazine. And then Marlon Kistner, who's a longtime supporter here, is now on our team at the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau. So I just want to thank them for their work with PTN as well. Thanks for letting me do that.
And I won't rat Jim out. He didn't give me any of that personal information about you. Michelle Abel in the 88. Hey, you can, when you go back, you can tell Ashley that this is something she can do. There's plenty of women that are driving here, so.
I see us shooting a commercial here next year,
absolutely.
Or maybe in the fall.
Absolutely.
I would love to talk to Joey about that. Loving all these Mustangs, and that's an Audi, but we got a Mustang sitting at the line. But I think it's the first Audi I saw here, though.
Now we've got Nancy Lewis coming up to the line in a 2019 Ford Mustang GT.
Looks stock. Except for tires, but it looks stock.
Yep.
She sounds real nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's see how it's amazing, Marty, what Ford has done with the Mustang in the last 20 years. Amazing. And now the Mach-E. I don't know if you've seen the Mach-E.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And now I guess Ford's coming out with the F-150, the Lightning, which is totally electric. So I guess all the major manufacturers want to be to electric by 2026, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. But I know the Ford company is doing a lot of advertising for a lot of their new automobiles.
They are. But I know with the chip shortage, I think they're having problems acquiring the chips to be able to manufacture the cars. So that's tough on a lot of the dealerships right now.
Yeah. Mary Sienkiewicz in the number 10. Her ID brought to you by Valley Country Club. Maybe not to be outdone that we should also mention in the Poconos, nice golf courses to play on.
Thank you for doing that. I mean, we have some of the best golfing right here in the Poconos. I hesitate to mention one course, but Mount Airy, Shawnee, I mean, you name it. The Mount Airy course is pretty amazing, but I think we have close to 50 golf courses in the Poconos now, and it is golfing again because of the outside. I mean, it did incredibly well last year, and the weather was amazing for golfing. So our courses are great. There's a lot of great courses right here in Carbon County. A lot of great courses.
And I know there's a lot of groups that come together and will take a long weekend and stay in the Poconos and just golf all around.
Right, and we actually have a golf cart at the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau where you can get 8 rounds at a discount. So a lot of folks will buy that, come up for the weekend, and stay over. So it's a great deal.
And once again, we should mention, if you can get the hard copy of the Pocono Mountain Magazine, or as you mentioned, go on your website.
Please do at PoconoMountains.com. There's actually a digital version. We'll mail you a copy. We'd be happy to do that. There's a way to do that on our website. And also, too, to watch PTN, we're on Blue Ridge locally, on YLN, but also, too, PoconoTelevision.com. So we're streaming to YouTube. We're on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire Stick.
And one of the main sponsors of the hill climb is Fairway Subaru. Representing them is Al Carrazza in the 8.
We interviewed him 2 years ago, I believe, the driver for Fairway. He was great.
Yeah. And he's also very accommodating. Sometimes we'll have him on
it's
for
great,
a little interview piece.
Great to talk to the drivers. It really is.
It is.
Which is kind of nice about this event. You're so close to it, so you can talk to the drivers, which is awesome. We have one car coming up here I can't wait to see.
Currently in our shot is Donald DeHart, another one of those veterans that we've talked about, taking on this Weatherly hill climb. Susan Salzberg has been coming since we've been here in Weatherly.
Jaguar.
Getting ready to starting line in car number 91, driven by Tom Minton, all the way from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Tom's driving at 93 miles an hour.
So Marty, I've often wondered how many hill climbs are there, or races that are somewhat like this I know all the courses are mostly different, but are there any that you would say hill-wise are like this, or there are just so many across the U.S.?
Well, there is one close to us in Wilkes-Barre, the Giants Despair, and they have one particular turn that's called Devil's Elbow that a lot of the fans like to go and hang out there, and if a car doesn't spin out, they get very disappointed. But they're very passionate up there. But the Weatherly Hill Climb is one of 8 hill climbs scheduled for 2021, and Weatherly has the distinction of being the only one to do it twice.
Nice.
So there's a couple in West Virginia, one in Maryland, and then as we mentioned, Giants Despair up in Laurel Run, and then there's Pagoda in Duryea as well. So grand total of 8, but Weatherly has the distinction of holding 2 separate weekends.
And is it part of these 8 races, is there an overall winner for times, or are they all individual, not like NASCAR?
I believe they keep it just individual hill climbs as far as the winners of the particular classes, and then they have an overall top time for the whole weekend. Now there is an awards banquet, so that they may, I've never attended the awards banquet, so they may have different categories that maybe they'll give awards out for various categories or something like that. So what are your plans in a couple weeks for the NASCAR doubleheader? Are you going out every day, or?
Oh yeah, we'll be there, and we'll be shooting some spots for our. We'll be there all weekend, and also I'm right after preparing for the air show, which will come in August, which we're also helping the Pocono Raceway with as well. So it's going to be a really strong summer out at the track. We're really looking forward to it.
And as you mentioned, if we're not able to see, for those fans that may not be able to see the Pocono Television Network, they can go on your website and see the same.
Sure,
coverage.
we stream it right on our website or on YouTube at PoconoTelevision.com. We're on Roku, Amazon Fire Stick. We're hoping to be on Apple TV.
Is anything else constantly growing?
We hope so, yeah. We have hundreds of hours of content that we've shot all across the Poconos. The great thing about it is, kind of like what you're doing here, we talk to the real people who are providing the product. There's a lot of small business owners. Just one that comes to mind, Pocono Soap, for instance, in Stroudsburg. You know, we shot a lot of stuff in Jim Thorpe with the real owners of the real small business owners. So if a guest comes in, they really meet the people. So they really see the people that are providing the service and hosting them. So it's great. The guest, I think, feels much more connected to the Poconos when they could see it. It's just not, we don't just hire actors to come in, and we do it ourselves, and we talk to the real folks providing everything to the guest. So it's great. And we're really fortunate. A lot of our properties are still owned by owners that live and work here in the Poconos, which is great.
And that's the nice thing I like about a lot of the businesses in the Poconos, and those that are going to benefit from full fan capacity in 2 weeks, is a lot of the mom and pop, if you will, owned businesses, whether you're a resort that doesn't have a backing from a big hotel chain or a restaurant or whatever it may be.
Right.
They're the ones that are genuine, because a lot of times mom and pop are still there. If they can still do it, they're always around.
Somebody in their family. It's a second or third generation, and they're very, very proud of it. When you look at Pocono Whitewater, I think they're in their 3rd generation now, and that's just amazing. The 3rd generation is going strong. 2nd generation is still involved. So it's you'll see a lot of that here in the Poconos, and you're right. It's we do have some corporations, but the good news about the corporations is they're very involved in our communities, and they care a lot about our communities, which is great too.
And it's always great to see with the Pocono Whitewater. So often you'll see them up and down the turnpike with that school bus.
I love that.
When they're going, they let them go at Whitehaven, and they go down to Jim Thorpe, and they go and they pick them up and bring them back, and they got the little trailer in the back.
And the cool thing too is you can go on the DNL trail at Jim Thorpe, right? And you could ride your bike up and take the train back to the station at Jim Thorpe. The train is amazing. I love the train. Jim Thorpe is such an amazing town. And it always makes the top 10 list of best places to visit in the United States. And it's right here in Carbon County.
And they've got all those great shops that are all in walking distance of each other.
And the food's really good too. Like Molly's is awesome. The Inn at Jim Thorpe, there's just so much. There's so much great food there too.
And you brought up an interesting point before I mentioned the shops. If you're a bike enthusiast, plenty of great trails in the Poconos.
Oh, there are. And I love the DNL. And the DNL portions of it have now been completed, so you can actually start in Lehigh County and go all the way up through Luzerne County. So it's, and just to my friends in Luzerne County, you know, the food experience in Luzerne County is great too.
Oh, absolutely.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Valley Forge, the best pizza around. Ooh. Hazelton, I have to shout out to Snaps Pizza though, of course. Farmer's Iced Tea, got a shout out to that.
Well, I mean, you know from being in the area, there's times you can grow up on Farmers.
Oh my gosh. Farmer's Diet Iced Tea. I could probably fill up a swimming pool. No question.
And that's the other thing, you know, we know from being around Hazelton. There's a lot of those businesses that are staples, you know.
Oh, they are.
Snaps, Farmers, you know, we can go down the line. Don't want to mention too many because then I'll end up leaving somebody out, but
which we don't want to do.
Constant staples, not only like we said in Luzerne County, but I'm sure staples all throughout the Poconos.
If I didn't have a Victoria's peanut butter egg, I don't know what I would do around Easter. So I'd probably left somebody out, which I shouldn't do. But no, you're right. I mean, we have a lot of those staples too in the Poconos in a lot of our small towns. And our food, the French Manor's one that comes to mind with French cuisine that's Four Diamond. We have a lot of Four Diamond experiences. Mount Airy's one of them. Skytop is one of them. Woodlock, who we mentioned. But the good type of comfort foods you can find everywhere up here too, which is amazing.
We had an issue with the 76 as you see on our camera shot. So it looks like they're going to bring the 76 back down to the pit area before we wind down.
Could it be mechanical maybe?
It certainly looks like it's mechanical. Doesn't look like there's any other significant issues with Dan Jones's car. And it looks like at the very worst he could just glide himself back down the hill as he's on his way back down to the pit area.
Maybe tire steering.
And as we talked about earlier, if you're going through the pits, you know, Dan may have some mechanical issues that have to be addressed, but you could probably be able to see it from a vantage point on pit road. Unfortunately, they may not be able to answer right away as they want to get the problem corrected, but for the most part, you may even be able to see. And if somebody's on the sideline or something, may be able to tell you exactly what the issue is and what they're working on. But Dan's heading back to the pit area, just trying to get himself in smoothly. Or they may even get him an opportunity. Maybe he just stalled out. So this may be, as there's a lot of standing around, this may be the end of this heat. And Chris, Unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for sticking around with us for these couple heats. A lot of great information, and thank you so much for the sponsorship from Pocono Mountain.
Oh my God, it's been a pleasure to be here. It really, really has, Marty.
And we thank you again for picking up our feed and putting us on the Pocono Television Network. And like I said, we're looking for working with you guys again in the future. And thanks a lot for joining us.
We certainly hope so, Marty. It's been great to be here.
Okay, we're going to take a break and be back with more from the Weatherly Hill Climb. Day number 1 of the spring edition, brought to you by Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, by Atlantic Broadband, SJ Kowalski, Valley Country Club, and we cannot forget Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau. We'll be back here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network.
"2020, it was certainly challenging, but now there's light at the end of the tunnel, and that light is certainly bright.
Enjoy our world-renowned water parks, classic resorts, breathtaking views, fabulous food. 2021 has arrived. We are back better than ever. Let's enjoy it. Find your enjoyment waiting at PoconoMountains.com.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family, which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
When you see news happening in your neighborhood, call WYLN News at 570-459-1869 or email us at news@WYLNTV.com or send us a message on social media through Facebook. WYLN, we're your local network. SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
PPW Nation, get ready for the best of PPW Season 2. Join Paul Bowe, E. Julius Kuiper, Alexander Bravado, Tom Mitchell, and Alex Watt as we take you down memory lane and relive some of the best PPW matches of all time. Saturdays at 5 p.m., Sundays at 10 p.m., only on WYLN.
Are you looking for a garage where they will treat you like family and give you a fair and honest price? Then you found it at Weaver's Auto Service in Beaver Meadows. Give them a call today at 570-579-7430 or stop in at 1958 Berwick Street, and they will be happy to service your vehicle. They are a family-owned and operated business since 2017 that services all makes and models, foreign and domestic. Stop by today. You won't be disappointed that you did.
From the bottom of our hearts, the WYLN TV 35 family would like to say thank you to all essential workers for your service to our community and for keeping us safe.
I was incorrect as usual. The heat continues. We just had an automobile issue, so the heat continues as James Nauman in 932 makes his way up. And we now go to the 463, brought to you by SJ Kowalski. It's Michael Froman. Dan Foley holds the record from the fall of 2016 of 53.351. And I think an issue for Michael is he's come to a stop. And they may be asking for the courtesy vehicle to go up that short way and give him some aid, as he may not be able to come back on his own. We're not sure. We'll take a look as the Fairway Subaru courtesy vehicle heads up, pick up some helpers or helper. Hopefully not too serious an issue for Michael that maybe he can't compete the rest of the weekend, or the rest of the day, that he can come back tomorrow and not be out the rest of the weekend. We're talking about before the nice pavilion that has been erected here at the Weatherly Hill Climb, and some of the organizations, the Tweedle Park Playground Association. I know among some of the items they have is the fresh cut fries, and we also have Weatherly High School class of 2022 and 2024 also with separate stands. Weatherly Area Community Library, as well as Centenary United Methodist Church here in Weatherly, and the Weatherly Boy Scouts. I believe it's pack, I'm trying to see the number, it's a little curled up. I believe it's 007. If I have the wrong pack number, I apologize. Trying to read the banner from afar. As you see, they helped push Michael from where he was, got him turned around and had him back down to the pit area. We've talked about Let's Talk Sports that I host here on WYLN, a special start time tonight at 7, as I get a chance to interview district champion Wilkes-Barre area women's basketball coach Mary Mushok-Namey. As I mentioned, a special start time tonight at 7. Also the regular times tonight at 8:30 and tomorrow at noon and 5:30. And then, as I mentioned with Chris Barrett, very special guest next week, President of Pocono Raceway, Ben May, as we go over the NASCAR weekend. That'll feature 100% fan capacity, and we touch on that, as well as the 50-year celebration of racing at Pocono Raceway. So it's Let's Talk Sports. Mary Mushok-Namey from Wilkes-Barre area tonight, and then next week Ben May from Pocono Raceway. Once again, I want to thank Pocono Television Network for picking up our feed and having us on their network here this Saturday afternoon from Weatherly, day number 1 of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb, back racing after a year off due to the pandemic. And so great to be back here in Weatherly. I'm sure Chris Barrett is going to be checking out the food stand as well as the pit area, and I know he would like this one, a yellow Ford Mustang 27X E Street prepared, driven by Chris Mering from Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Stick with the color yellow, this time with the Corvette of Donna Robinson. Super Street prepared class. had Donna on our WYLN airwaves for quite a long time.
Atlanta, we have car number 2, driven by Sean Fraley from Frederick, Maryland.
Sean Fraley in the 2. His ID brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. Looks like the final 2 of this heat coming up. Harry Reeder in the 13. 1986 Saab 900S.
Once again, if we can get the first 5 cars to the starting line, the first 5 cars.
Calling for the next group, so the 887 will be our last driver, Bill Norton, for this particular heat. I want to thank Chris Barrett, President and CEO of Pocono Mountain Visitors Bureau, stopping by and keeping company with us during these last 2 heats. Bill Norton going up the Weatherly Hill Climb, our final driver of this particular heat. And I'd like to quickly mention that Mengel Coal and Oil Company, 253 Hudsondale Street in Weatherly, is a proud supporter of the Weatherly Hill Climb, serving the area for over 94 years with heating oil, coal, stone, sand, mushroom, and topsoil and mulch. Automatic delivery and budget plans are available. Give Mengel Coal and Oil Company a call, 570-427-4261, and they are located at 253 Hudsondale Street in Weatherly. Mengel Coal and Oil Company. And with that being said, we're going to take a break. You're watching the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network, brought to you by Fairway Subaru, Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, Atlantic Broadband, S.J. Kowalski, and Valley Country Club. You're watching the Weatherly Hill Climb live here on WYLN.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family. Which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight Driver Assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
You know, Ashley, the Poconos, we do dining right.
Well, the cuisine is top-notch.
Right, and there's takeout for every taste. This has been a tough year, and we've been eating in and day out.
I forgot to light the stove.
Hey, no problem. I'll take care of it. You know, Ashley, I think we'll be going out tonight.
Leave the cooking to us. Find great dining options at PoconoMountains.com.
WYLN TV 35 presents the Hazleton Area High School Class of 2021 graduation, Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m. live on WYLN TV 35. We're your local network. SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
What's on TV? Plenty. WYLN TV 35, the best in local programming.
There's no better place to shoot than Whitetail Preserve. Their skeet trap and sporting clay fields are professionally designed and all stations are handicapped accessible. Whitetail Preserve has resident shooting instructors certified by the NRA in shotgun, rifle, pistol, home safety, and personal protection in the home. Whitetail can also cater any size event, whether it be a private party, corporate event, or wedding. Call 570-455-4251 extension 1378 for more information. WYLN CA35's children's programming is designed with the specific purpose of serving the educational and informational needs of children. In compliance with FCC guidelines, a copy of the Children's Programming Report is on file for public inspection at WYLN 1057 East 10th Street in Hazleton, Pennsylvania during normal business hours. To view the report online, visit fcc.org.
As drivers from the last heat getting waved to by some of the fans along the course of the Weatherly Hill Climb, it is back in racing. After a year off due to the pandemic, you're watching live coverage of day number 1 of the Weatherly Hill Climb 2021 Spring Edition here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network. And proud to be joined by Barry Jayas from here at WYLN. And before we get to the reason we really want to talk to you, how exciting is it that Pocono Television Network picking up our feed?
That's huge, Marty. That's absolutely huge. When we talked to some of the cable companies this week, prior to the start, and we heard about the total size, it's over 3 million.
Yeah.
3 million potential viewers on this network, and we're all the way from northeastern Pennsylvania, Wilkes-Barre area, down through the Allentown, Easton, Bethlehem, and of course Blue Ridge in Lehighton, Jim Thorpe area, and then the Berwick and Pocono areas on the cable company. So it's huge. But we're so glad to have them, and I'll say partner with us to help bring this race, because not only did they come and help us out with some of the announcing and that, but they also a major sponsor for the race.
And just as Chris Barrett had mentioned about simulcasting and streaming video, we have the same here at WYLN. And I remember, I believe it was 2 years ago, somebody said we had a huge viewership for this particular event just from the out-of-state drivers that their families got to see them.
Not only that, when we look at it, because we are streaming the entire event live too, just based on the number of viewers we see in the on the stream on YouTube, it's large.
Yeah.
It really is large.
Now, Barry, the reason we wanted to talk today, like so many different organizations in the entertainment business, whether you're talking sports, plays, concerts, that type of thing, so many affected last year with the pandemic, not being able to hold events, not being able to do things that they would like to do or be able to have fans there. And you're involved with the Wiltsey Center. You found the same thing.
That's right, Marty. It's the the LSC Wilsey Center for Performing Arts, located in the Castle in Hazelton on Wyoming streets. It was so strange to have that entire year that we were empty, more than a year actually. It was a very strange feeling to walk into there because we were still doing some work inside the theater, and to look at the inside of that place and just the empty seats and think what could be going on. But we were suffering just like everyone else from the pandemic, and now we did take some advantages of the situation, and we were able to receive a grant from the Gaming Commission. And during that time period, we installed additional sound equipment and lighting equipment. We now have 35 what we call intelligent lighting fixtures we used the time to enhance the facility and to also start looking at, because not only could we not put anyone in there, we had all these different acts and groups and bands who couldn't play anywhere. They just had no place to go. And it was amazing how many people we know in this business, and you're talking to them, and I don't care if it was a church service that was being streamed. It just turned this entire industry on its head. It really did, because nobody knew what to do. Now, as we're coming out of it, we see, and especially now that they're saying you can go back to 100% occupancy, the Wilsey Board of Directors is starting to plan. And we're planning events. We start in September. We are doing a tribute to the area students and teachers at the center, or well, not at the center, but throughout the Hazelton Area School District and surrounding districts. And then we do have events planned for every month, right up until the holidays, including, and finally, it's been 2 years, our Sounds of the Season Christmas concert. Last year we ran 15 years of it, rebroadcast. And it's amazing the calls we got. When is this year's? When is this year's? Even though we were in the pandemic. So that's what we're working on. We do have, we're looking at 1224 coming in December. And we have a couple other acts that we're talking to. If there's an upside to the pandemic, we're able to get these groups because they're not booked.
Right.
That's the upside of it. So we're all excited about that. We are bringing the talent back to Hazelton. And if you've never been to the Wilsey Center, you are missing one hell of a building, an auditorium. I mean, the sound and lighting now is second to none. It's absolutely, and I can say that because I'm part of that crew.
And we're looking at the 142 of Dermot Trainer, coming from New York to participate here at the Weatherly Hill Climb. And we had talked about it with the Weatherly Mayor. Chris Barrett mentioned it. You know, the crowd here this morning was much larger than we've normally seen.
Absolutely.
So many people pent up, wanting to get out. And I'm sure the same thing will happen with the productions that you have at the Wilsey Center. So many people that, as you said, have had the opportunity to see a production. They can't wait to be back.
Exactly. They're telling us that they want a place to go. They want something to do at night. They just can't wait. And if they've been there before, they know what to expect. And I mean, we've had 10 years of shows there. And then it was just like somebody took a wrench and turned it off and said, that's it, you're done. And we were done, and we couldn't do anything about it. And even to come back, they were talking partial 30%, 40%, 50%. It doesn't work. You can't sell enough tickets to bring in a quality group, okay? But now that we're back to 100%, not only is it beneficial for the ticket holders, but we have sponsors for the shows, of course. So everyone, it's a win-win situation.
The 20 of Daniel Malave, his ID brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. And just as we've seen here with the volunteer organizations here in Weatherly, so excited to have their fundraiser back. I'm sure it's a different type of entertainment, but the same thing with the Wilsey Center.
Absolutely. And that's just it. you can't do any of this without fundraising.
Right.
You can't do any of it with this. Now here, this is free admission, okay? You can't get a better show for free.
Right.
Come on down to Weatherly. And I mean, we love doing the hill climb here at the Weatherly area. The people here are fantastic to us. And as my people saying, we get a T-shirt.
Yeah. and I mentioned that earlier. We can't thank President Joe Seibert and his Weatherly Hill Climb Association enough. Since the first year we've come, they've been more and more hospitable to us each and every year. As I mentioned, everybody on the crew gets a T-shirt. They pay for lunch for us. They take care of us in so many ways that we can't possibly thank them enough for what they do for us. And we're so happy to be here and to cover the Weatherly Hill Climb that, you know, I don't think we can put into words how nice it is to come over here.
Not only that, Marty, if you look around, the improvements that we have seen take place over the past, I don't want to say how many years, 10 years, 12 years. Just look at the pavilion now behind us, and they're not done. They have a lot of plans for that yet. You're talking with Joe. Next year, we've already talked about this. We're going to have some large screen 65-inch TVs up there for the viewers, so the people that are here while they're getting in the, they're in a concession stand, they can continue to watch the race. No, we enjoy coming down here. I'm not so sure that Mother Nature's going to.
Mother Nature has not been a big fan of us.
No, not today. Not today. But the crowd has been exceptional.
Yeah.
It really has. In all the years coming down here, I don't think I've seen this many people at a race, you know.
And we need to remind everybody that there's racing again tomorrow. And tomorrow is really push come to shove. They set the tone today by getting their best time, but they're looking to improve it again tomorrow, especially in some of the heated classes. When they look at some of the numbers some of the other drivers are putting up tomorrow, especially in the afternoon, that's when they go for it. So there's going to be exciting racing again here tomorrow.
You know what, Marty? What I find very interesting is when you talk to somebody about a hill climb, you end up explaining it. If you say, okay, we're going to Pocono 500 or something, they know what that is, or, Dover. But when we say, no, we're doing a Weatherly Hill Climb, well, what's that? But once they start watching these things, I got to be honest, when I go home, my wife will talk to me about different cars that ran this hill today. And she's not a race car fan, but she loves the hill climb. She always says, I want to take my car up that hill. And I said, I don't think they have that classification for snail.
Ron Lordy in the 59. And the other thing that I always love to talk about, come down, take a walk in the pit areas. If they're not busy working on their automobile, if you have a question, these drivers will talk to you and answer them. And, I know you're a proud grandparent. I love looking at the starting line and you see a lot of the little kids, and it makes me think of a lot of the competitors here at the Weatherly Hill Climb are from Weatherly. Are we seeing maybe some of the next generation of some of these kids that are looking at the cars either at the starting line or out of the pits?
Well, it's not only that, Marty, but from us coming here so many years, we know a lot of the drivers. We talk to them like family almost, The other thing I noticed, if you're a dog lover, this is the place to be. Yeah. Because there are more, I saw varieties of dogs today I didn't know existed. Yeah. So it's a real nice, and before I get off, I really have to say I want to thank our crew. They spend a long day, the day prior to the race, and then a very long day the day of the race. And they're the best at what they do. They really are.
And I like to say people think we just show up and you flip a switch and we're on. As that's Butch King from New Hampshire making his way up the Weatherly Hill Climb. I've said it so often, this is truly the best production crew you can work with. But the amount of time, as you said, You got to work the day before and probably the day after just to set up or clean up and get everything back to the WYLN studios. And that's the main reason. So many times we're asked, I know you guys come back in the fall, but our commitment to high school football
yes,
prevents us from doing it because of the time needed to set up here.
Exactly. But just to give you an example, the information you see on the screen, all the graphics, we don't get that. Some of it not till 10 minutes before the race starts. So we're working right up until that time period. Honestly, and I can say that as an engineer, sometimes I'm amazed that it all works. You know, it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of holding your fingers and keeping your fingers crossed and saying, boy, I hope this works. But I will also say, without the help from the cable companies that come out here, and they were out prior to us, making sure, because today we're going back, Atlantic Broadband is supplying us with the modem and everything today. That's how we're getting back. So we're making a trip via the internet to Berwick. Here's the interesting thing. That signal is then going all the way to Maryland and coming back up here, and that's what you're seeing is a signal that comes from a head end in Maryland. And again, without their technology, so we want to thank them.
And I've got to say, when we had the two gentlemen named Maggio and Lula here with us, terrific people to work with, hard workers, and when they both decide to take a step back, lessen their workload, this group that you have in that truck right now do a tremendous job.
But I gotta tell you this, Madge was here yesterday.
I heard.
He came down, he wanted to help us set up and make sure everything was okay, and he spent quite a bit of time here.
But this group you've got in there now
they're the best.
is a great group, best group to work with. They make myself, Coach DeMelfi, Coach Flanagan look good, and that's very hard to do.
Well, you guys are the best at what you do too, Marty. And I gotta say this, we went from basketball to Little League. We're here to race, and on Tuesday we're doing a graduation.
Right.
So it's never boring.
No.
And as you and I talked today, this summer is going to zip right by, and we're going to be doing football in 2 months.
I'll be with Coach Bookman before you know it.
Yes.
But
and it doesn't help his golf game at all. So
no. But once again, we got to thank the production crew, thank everybody here at the Weatherly Hill Climb. But as you mentioned, the graduation, and what a great opportunity for these seniors. Last year's seniors had such an awful end of their senior year. This year's seniors, a strange start to it.
Marty,
at least they get something normal.
It was like that wrench I talked about for those kids. They got to the end of their senior year and whack, nothing. And you've got 12 years of school, and you don't even have no prom, you have no graduation. You know, they had a parade for them and that was okay. But there's nothing like walking up and getting your diploma and graduating from, you know, it's going to stay with you the rest of your life. And we're glad that we can be part of that on Tuesday. We will be live Tuesday at 6 o'clock carrying the graduation. And they also have a setup that in the event of very hot weather, you can go into the auditorium at the high school and they'll have it on the screen in there. So they made some provisions, you know, for the warmer weather too. So no, we're excited about that. But again, we're already in the planning stages for our fall football schedule, and we'll let you know more of that as the summer goes on.
But ultimately, we were talking about the Wiltsey Center, and we got a little off track. Any information about upcoming events at the Wiltsey Center, I'm sure, check the website, but also tune in to WYLN.
Absolutely, we'll be doing a lot of advertising. I failed to mention, we actually have 2 events coming up there with the standard speaker where they're honoring student athletes and I guess the honor students. They're having 2 special programs, and you've been reading, there's been articles in the paper about each of those individuals, and then they will be at the Wiltsey Center presenting. They have a short video on each kid, and they'll be presenting them with a certificate. So that's coming up also. So even for that, to be able to get back into that center and do that, and of course, I'm just looking forward to the shows coming this fall. The first one is a good friend of ours, Jeff Bonomo and Ostrich Hat.
Very nice.
They will be the first show there.
But as we've said, tune in to WYLN or also check the Wiltsey website to get all information, and especially the important thing is getting your tickets.
Exactly. Marty, I want to thank you. I'm going to go over with the crew, have them start to get ready because it's getting close.
Absolutely.
And again, I thank you. I find it amazing you can do this all day, and you're pretty much by yourself.
I've had some company this year, so it's been nice.
All righty. Thanks again, Marty.
Not a problem. Best of luck, and definitely everybody tune in to WYLN.
Thanks
or
again.
check the Wiltsey Center website for updates on the events that Barry had mentioned earlier on in our piece. Frank Scavo in the 70. His ID brought to you by S.J. Kowalski. And we've got Ken Gillette in the 15, coming from Wadsworth, Ohio, driving a Mazda Miata. Super Production U is the classification Ken's in. TJ Theodore back in the spring of 2015 set the course record flat 8.741. Come back down to the 19. Mike Robinson behind the wheel, sharing the ride with Donna Robinson.
On the line now, we have car number 43, driven by Donald McClellan.
Great to see that yellow Corvette come out from the trees. Looks like a good start for Mike Robinson. We've talked so often about the veterans, the drivers you see year after year in the GTL class, the 43, Donald McLaughlin.
Filling up behind him is car number 242, driven by Timothy Lewis from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Timothy's driving an 09 Honda Civic FX, Class
Back at D Street prepared, the 242. Timothy Lewis. Timothy Lewis, newcomer to the Weatherly Hill Climb. 711 of Neil Peterson. Some trouble on the start for Neil. Car seems to be functioning well now.
Starting line is car number 68, Tim Murphy from for 12 years.
Twelfth year at Weatherly for the 68 of Tim Murphy. By Tim Murphy. Definitely somebody that has been here before. Jason Fraley. Jason, SMF class, you mentioned he set the record last year in D Street Prepared. Casey Rovier Avril, 1033.
Next up hill is going to be car number 94, driven by Dave Kutch.
Handled the course very well today.
2006.
Talk about traveling a ways to come to Weatherly. Dave Cutchins, one of those drivers from Grandie, North Carolina. As you look through these records, Darrell Danko appears quite often. He holds the record in Formula S that 2011 that Dave Cutchins is looking to try to beat here. We talk about the events. Bob Gardner. Street Prepared classification as the 71 of Brian Dion. as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, is Brian Dion handled this track very well, like the veteran he is. KJ Taggart in the 66. As I mentioned, we're getting near the end of our day here in Weatherly. If you didn't have a chance to come out today to see racing and sample the great food put on by the Weatherly volunteers, check out the merchandise stand and pick up your program. You can do so tomorrow as well. Racing will begin at 9 a.m. approximately. So come on out to the Weatherly Hill Climb. It's back. They're racing again in Weatherly. Day 2 tomorrow of the spring edition. And that'll be followed coming up in the fall. 17th and September 18th and 19th. The fall edition. So plenty of opportunities to come to Weatherly and enjoy some great racing. Like the last driver, I believe, in this class is Steve Lewis. He's been helping out behind the scenes today. Steve Lewis. And I believe the final driver of that particular heat. You're watching day number 1 coverage live from Weatherly of the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network. And it's brought to you by Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, Atlantic Broadband, Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, the Valley Country Club, S.J. Kowalski. As I mentioned, you're watching us live on the Pocono Television Network and, of course, here on WYLN. We'll be back from Weatherly right after this.
It's time to get out. Enjoy the weather. Take that vacation. You need it. It's all right here in the Pocono Mountains. Enjoy adventures. Be wet and wild. Play the slots. Take a relaxing hike.
Don't miss Explore the Pocono Mountains 350. It's the green flag for 2021. Get your tickets at PoconoRaceway.com.
SJ Kowalski is your Mitsubishi Diamond contractor. They can install a Mitsubishi electric Mr. Slim ductless heating and cooling system. Mr. Slim systems are designed to make any living space in your home inviting. You can have a different temperature control for every room in your home. The money-saving technology can save you 25 to 50% on your heating bill. For Mitsubishi, Rinnai, and trained comfort specialists, call SJ Kowalski at 570-455-2600.
Hi, I'm Marty Burns, host of a new show here on WYLN, Let's Talk Sports. We're going to talk between our basketball and football seasons. We're going to talk to coaches, guests about past seasons, events coming up,
different types of things sports related. It's all going to be here on Let's Talk Sports, and you'll be able to see it here on WYLN.
Only one company has been a lifetime committed to your safety: Subaru. At Fairway Subaru in Hazleton, we're committed to you and providing the safest vehicles on the road for you and your family, which is why Subarus come with available EyeSight driver assist technology, which can reduce the rate of rear-end crashes by up to 85%. And with lane assist and sway warning, your family will know why Subaru is a leading choice among parents and teen drivers. Discover more about Subaru and all there is to love about it at Fairway Subaru in Hazleton. The right car, the right price, the right dealer.
Membership opportunities are now available at the Valley Country Club, 79 Country Club Lane in Sugarloaf. Clubhouse upgrades are in progress and will be ready for the spring. Call Frank Radis for details at 570-233-5328.
WYLN TV 35 presents the Hazleton Area High School Class of 2021 graduation, Tuesday, June 15th at 6 p.m. live on WYLN TV 35. We're your local network. There's no better place to shoot than Whitetail Preserve. Their skeet trap and sporting clay fields are professionally designed and all stations are handicapped accessible. Whitetail Preserve has resident shooting instructors certified by the NRA in shotgun, rifle, pistol, home safety, and personal protection in the home. Whitetail can also cater any size event, whether it be a private party, corporate event, or wedding. Call 570-455-4251 extension 1378 for more information.
Did you know that WYLN News provides news updates every weekday afternoon at 1, 3, and 5 here on TV and on social media? Did you also know you can watch WYLN News on the go by visiting our website or YouTube page?
Now more than ever,
WYLN is your local news leader.
The 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb on WYLN is brought to you in part by Broad Mountain Stone. 127 Railroad Drive in Weatherly for the kitchen of your dreams. Custom granite and quartz countertops by Broad Mountain Stone will make your dreams come true. Not only beautiful, but they will last a lifetime. Broad Mountain Stone, their phone number, 570-427-4433. And as we mentioned, I'll get this address correct, 127 Railroad Drive in Weatherly, Broad Mountain Stones. Brought to you, bringing you, in part, the Weatherly Hill Climb here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network. As you can see, the drivers coming down. Want to remind you, time running out here on the Saturday, day number 1 edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb Spring Edition. But we want to remind you, day number 2 continues here tomorrow. Racing will begin approximately 9 a.m., so you've got plenty of opportunities to come down, see some great racing. Check out the pits, check out some of the cars that will be competing tomorrow. And as always, come to the new pavilion with the various food stands brought to you by the Tweedle Park Playground Association. I believe it's Cub Scout Pack 007 here in Weatherly. The Centenary United Methodist Church has a stand as well. The class of 2022 and 2024 at Weatherly High School, as well as the Weatherly Area Community Library. I think I've touched all the bases. Some good food to be had if you want funnel cakes or popcorn. I believe, as I remember, that was the class of 2022. Class of 2024 will have hamburgers, cheeseburgers, and they'll have some breakfast sandwiches if you come out bright and early for racing at 9 a.m. The Tweedle Park Playground Association has the home-cut fries. I believe the Centenary United Methodist Church has the pulled pork, fried corn on the cob with the Cub Scouts, and the community library has Bellini's, I believe, a turkey barbecue sandwich, if I remember correctly. So figure out what you would like on your Sunday and come on out and enjoy some great racing and have some great food under the brand new pavilion here at the Weatherly Hill Climb. And then go across the way, see our good friends at the merchandise stand. You can pick up t-shirts, sweatshirts if you would like, and get your complimentary program. And remember, all the great sponsors inside. I believe I also saw WYLN full-page ads, so definitely remember all the sponsors in that particular program. As this heat begins, with the 45. In the Touring 3 class, Thomas Ouellette has the record. He's looking to match his own record in the 153.
Car number 153. Next on the line is car number 171, driven by Richard Good from Martin, Pennsylvania. Richard drives from
Phil's been up on that hill all day, giving us great shots of different drivers making their way up the course. As he's picking them up, coming out of Boomerang and making their way around Devil's Hook before making that big hairpin turn at 3. And then we have the Flying Dutchman, the Chute, and then finally the last big turn is the Mirage before you reach an elevation of 1,520 at the finish line. And I've gotten a name for one of our new production guys, Matt, currently on the camera, that I will get to as soon as we look at Michael Kurtz. And here we get a great shot from Matt's camera. Matt's been joining us through our Little League Baseball tour and now here at the Giants Despair Hill Climb. He was one of the poor gentlemen that was not ready for the cold conditions at Coryell Stadium in Hazleton, but experience will do him well. We welcome Matt aboard, doing a great job. And if you tried to put me in this automobile, I'd never get out. Martin Donnelly is in the 172. Speed around Devil's Hook. We've got Adam Weaver in the 214.
And there he goes, 214. Next up is going to be car number 931, driven by Don Kennedy from Shillington, Pennsylvania.
Here comes Adam Weaver through the trees, around Devil's Hook. Nicely done there. Got Don Kennedy in the 931. His ID brought to you by the Valley Country Club. Great golf course in the event center.
Good time is number 932, driven by James Cummins from Manhattan, Pennsylvania. James got it so far.
advance to the 932. It's James Nauman.
Next up, Bill, is going to be car number 6, driven by Jeff Agro from Central Pennsylvania.
Jeff Avril in the 6. And I had spoken, I believe, last heat. Barry Jayas. I once again want to thank the outstanding production crew here at WYLN. Setting up yesterday, taking down. They may have to come back tomorrow, just so they can bring you great coverage from the Weatherly Hill Climb. Day number 1 edition of the spring edition here in Weatherly. They do a lot of great work on the technical aspect that I probably can't even fathom. As we look at Jeff Craig in the 90, brought to you by Valley Country Club. But thank you so much to the best production crew anybody could work with. This crew that we have working for us is extremely talented, and they do a fantastic job, person to person. I believe we'll get a look at all the names of everybody that's worked so hard this weekend to bring you this Weatherly Hill Climb. To all the veterans and the rookies, thank you so much. You guys do an absolutely outstanding job. As we look at a veteran, 183 Dale Whitman. As somebody that knows how hard it is to make somebody like me look good, thank you to the great production crew here at WYLN. Look forward to many more productions with this crew. And what a great job that they did this weekend. Now we got David Stoner back at the starting line, SSM class. Dan Reed's record back in 2015. James Apgar in the 17. The E Street Prepared class has Michael Kester in the 119. That ID brought to you by Valley Country Club. Nicely, stayed on the road. E Street Prepared has the 188 of David Vahosky. The 1960 Saab 93F of Mary Ann Few from Orwigsburg. Very nice orange color concept there. And in the 7, we've got Max Valerio. Street Prepared has Max Valerio. Just went by Matt, will soon be approaching Phil. Matt Huffman, mentioned earlier today, from Alexandria, Virginia, coming up in the D Street Prepared 512, setting quite the pace here. Almost went off-road, but did a nice job. Hoping for a nice time is Matt Huffman, maybe the best of his weekend. Charles Chris Sr. in the 251, historic 4 class. Garth Nord set the record back in 2016, the fall.
Next in line is car number 166, driven by Matt Phillips from Bedford, Pennsylvania. Matt Phillips was by his
According to the bio, it's the world's sexiest electrician, Matt Phillips. 166. From Tunkhannock in the U235, Dave Korp, having a Volkswagen Golf. This ID brought to you by Valley Country Club.
Next in line is car number 75, driven by Daniel Tyler from Northampton, Pennsylvania. Daniel driving a 71 Datsun 240Z.
Pretty soon Daniel Tyler will be coming right into your living room. There's Daniel, the 75. And taking off, the Valley Country Club ID, Mary Sincavage in the number 10.
Getting ready to go up the hill is car number 8, driven by Al Carrazzo from Sugarloaf, Pennsylvania.
A big sponsor of the hill climb, not only here on WYLN, but for the whole event. From Fairway Subaru, it's Al Carrazzo in the 8. Some air. Al has raced this course many times, ready for it. The 86 of Gerhardt. He's coming from New Jersey. Of Andrew Baylor, ITA class. Some time there as Baylor's are almost stalled out. Carson Machorik in the 63. Way back on the starting line. And we'll get Michael Froman in the 463. GT3 class from Havertown, PA. Dylan's been doing hill climbs since 2016 to present. can't say it enough. Thank you so much to President Joe Seibert and the Weatherly Hill Climb Association. Made everybody here at WYLN feel so welcome here in Weatherly once again. And, thank you for everything you gave us. Weatherly Hill Climb Association, we truly appreciate it. And, we truly love coming here to Weatherly. It was missed last year that we weren't here in 2020. Glad to see everybody back in racing here in Weatherly. There goes Nancy Lewis. Come back, Ray Koshin, the 33, ITA class. Jody Miller. Jody driving the number 3. Dave McFarland in the 93.
And there you go, car number 93.
Next up is going to be car number 30, driven by Kristen Hack.
Get a nice look at Dave McFarland. Kristen Hack in the 30. In the 99. This ID brought to you by Valley Country Club. .42 in D Street prepared, Jake Lewis. From Martinsburg, West Virginia comes Jake. D Street prepared, a very competitive class, as always. Corvette in the Super Street prepared. The 191 is Donna Robinson. Excuse me. Jones in the 76 from 44.
The bill is going to be in the car number 2, driven by Sean Fraley from Frederick, Maryland.
Sean Fraley, 2. Coming all the way from Maryland.
Getting ready at the starting line is car number 302, driven by Chris Barrett from Johnny. Driving at 13 Ford Edmund
Chris Barrett in the 302. And the 27 X, Chris Maring.
Getting in the first 5 cars for Group 2. First 5 cars to the starting line. Next up the hill is car number 13. Gary Ryder from Bordertown, Pennsylvania. They're driving an 86,900 Social Security Administration.
And we look at the 13, Gary Reeder from Boyertown. Professional hill climber.
Moving up to the starting line is car number 88, being driven by Michelle Doyle from Irving, Pennsylvania. Michelle driving to
Look at Gary. Michelle Abel in the 88. Irwin, Pennsylvania is home. All right, he brought to you by Valley Country Club.
At the starting line, we have car number 87, being driven by
And the Vintage 3 class. Fortunately, it looks like Bill Norton has stalled out. 2017 in the fall had Bob Gardner set the course record in that particular class.
Once again, Group 2 cars to the starting line.
And Bill's going to get some help from some of the racing volunteers. I believe they're just going to help Bill back to the pit area. The rest of the drivers will be coming back, and this is going to end our coverage of the 2021 spring edition of the Weatherly Hill Climb. Once again, need to thank our special guests today, Weatherly Mayor Paul John Hadzik, Barry Jayas, and President and CEO of the Pocono Mountains Visitors Bureau, Chris Barrett. Thank you so much to Pocono Television Network for picking up our broadcast, and airing it live to over 3 million people, possibly. We thank them so much. And now you're seeing the outstanding production crew that has worked so hard to bring you this coverage from Weatherly. Cannot thank them enough. They are the best in the business. Great production crew, great people to work with. Thank you so much to our outstanding production crew. And thank you once again to Weatherly Hill Climb Association and their president, Joe Seibert, for all their hospitality. Here's success for tomorrow and the fall edition of the 2021 Weatherly Hill Climb. They are back racing in Weatherly as we slowly get our lives back to normal. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and this afternoon here on WYLN and the Pocono Television Network. My name is Marty Burns, and I'm saying good afternoon from Weatherly.
You're watching WYLN TV 35.